So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met you, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you.
You got the best of me. 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 Stuck on you.
take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. Never give up, never, never give up. Never give up.
Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
I wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener.
That video is really, really hype. Wow, okay. Well, welcome back, everybody, to the Challengers Northeast broadcast, where it's day 2 of action after we've had the main Swiss take-on starts, really, from yesterday. My name is Pavlos, and I am joined by Ryan today to bring you all the action, all the analysis, and all the casting. Hey, that's a little pencil wave. How you doing, Ryan?
Yeah, they've got weird like bits on the top. It's like a pack of 25 like cardboardy ones. I don't know why we're talking about it, to be fair. Yeah, today's really good. We've seen 8 out of the 16 teams so far in this like upper qualifier part before we go to playoffs. It's a Swiss stage, we're about to go over that. Now we get to see the other 8. We get to see everybody play, including the first proper academy team we've ever had in these regions, and also just some familiar faces and some new ones as well, both for players and dogs.
Exactly, right. It's been pretty cool to see so far, and we'll get to see plenty more of it to come as well. Yeah, talking about what we've seen, let's have a look at what happened yesterday, right? Because we've had the first round of main Swiss with the first 8 teams competing. Like you said, some old guard, some new guard, but a lot of damn action. The theme of yesterday was Pearl, but also teams that have sort of been invited to the main Swiss. Winning most of the time. I think the exception was Sweet and Sour and an Abyss map somewhere here or there.
Yeah, it was against Wild, but that was an overtime game, and Wild had a good comeback despite a bit of a slow start. So yeah, you're right. These close to qualify invitee teams, it was their first official of the year, coming out on top for the most part, playing an old map that was reintroduced. We've seen a bit of Teo as well, not an awful amount, just dabblings here or there. And so, like, yeah, everybody's looking primed and ready. The open qualified teams having a bit of a run-up naturally to this stage, so had a bit more of a warm-up and a bit more ready, but it has been impressive to see the close qualified teams at least start off on the right foot.
Absolutely, and I'm so excited to see the action today as well, because we've got another 8 teams. It's a 16-team main Swiss, by golly. And we've got a lot more organizations to follow. I think, Ryan, you expressed a lot of interest in looking at Team Liquid Academy. It's the first academy team we've got in this region, which is super nice to see. Some old guard, a couple of unsigned teams as well. But yeah, exciting stuff all around.
Yeah, and it's like a mix of not only the orgs that we saw in Polaris last year, but in Tier 3 and Tier 2, like leading up to like Beacon events, for example, but also some of the organizations we saw in East as well, because obviously we're Northeast this year, a combination of 2 very strong regions with a lot of talent across the main breadth, I'd suppose, of Northern Europe.
Exactly. I feel like the biggest 2 regions merged to become even bigger, a superpower, right? You've got the most countries in East, you've got the second most countries in North, and then they just decided, okay, let's join forces. So yeah, we've got an ascended team as well. So I don't know, might be a little bit stronger than the rest. I hope that is the case towards the end of the year. It would be a little bit embarrassing having so.
It's not even to the end of the year, right? Because we have challenges as well this year, so it's like in a couple of weeks we'd have playoffs. The top 2 there would go to challenges, so we get to see how Northeast does against the rest of Europe, not at the end of the year, but kind of soon.
So true, so true. But let's introduce our first matchup of today. It is going to be Formulation Gaming against HAVU. Formulation returns. HAVU is making their appearance for the first time in Valorant. They'll be welcoming their first squad, so it's super exciting to see how they'll be faring with that finished roster. But I think we can just start breaking down those teams one by one, right, Ryan? Individually. Let's have a look at HAVU. Formulation, sorry.
Yeah, Formulation, we saw them played in Polaris last year. Some of the names are a little bit more recognizable in the sense that we have Puggy that's been in the UK scene for quite some time, playing on various teams on Formulation since 2022 actually, so literally on this roster. But also Maxim, who was on NXT, Calcutta, that was on Apina Orchestrary. The coach as well, Kaisigo, was the Apina Orchestrary coach as well. I've seen people like Vubit too, which had spells on OnlyFins, but was a sub for Ascend over the last couple of years that we haven't really seen him play all that much. And for East fans, you also have like Camel that was on B8. So this is like a good mix of the actual two regions of Polaris and East to come together to make this team. So it's a good mix of not only the nationalities, but the players that were in both of those regions this time last year.
You're right, a lot of familiar faces, and that's super interesting. But looking at HAVU, I think there's only one familiar face out of the lot here, and that's going to be Nixun, the leader of the squad. The rest of them, sure, there are some names you might have seen here or there, but they're newcomers. They're rookies, really, and it's probably one of the first biggest appearance they've had in their career.
Especially when you look at it being like Nixon, we've seen him on like OnlyFins for the longest time. This is a full finished roster as well, but he is the only one that's actually sort of been on that team in the past. You're right, this is like a pretty young, inexperienced group of Finns that are playing for a pretty well-known finished roster, right? We've had the likes of OnlyFins in Polaris pretty much since its beginning, so it's an interesting direction to go in. I actually kind of like it in the sense of like, okay, we're going to find like the next best like Finnish players instead of going, oh, let's just pick up OnlyFins of Yonder that had decent results but weren't really championship threatening for Polaris at all. So this is a team that almost feels like an academy of sorts to build up some of this younger talent with an experienced IGL to see what they can do.
Exactly. Well, it will be interesting. I think for both of these teams, they've got a lot to prove. Sure, but there are some, faces that we are a little bit more familiar with in the likes of Formulation, but they really didn't succeed a lot. Sure, they've had, I think the best I can remember them performing last year is taking a map off of Apex, and I think that's the extent of it, which is pretty damn good, right? Apex did end up making it to VCT by the end of things, but, we really are looking to see which are the title contenders, and I think for the HAVU, we can say the same, that, there is rookie potential that needs to grow here. But to remind you all, this main Swiss is all best of ones apart from Elim and qualification matches. So let's have a look at the veto from this particular match and see what map these teams have elected to go on. It's a bit of a change from yesterday. We had a lot of Pearl. It could have been Pearl, but HAVU said, nah, enough of that. We'll ban it. And it's Haven today.
It was definitely the map that we expected to see the most in a best of one stage. So unless Haven is every single map today, it's not going to unseat what Pearl was yesterday. So we, like, seeing anything else out of these, I'd expect Lotus could have been an option as well for teams. But like we mentioned yesterday, Fracture, seeing that in a best of one stage is very unlikely since it's been reintroduced. Bind takes a lot for team coordination, and because some of these teams have only, like, this is going to be their first game, they don't have that time to get the reps in necessarily. So yeah, it's also, you got some of these maps going out of the pool later on, in a few months time as well. So you got to sort of look to the horizon a little bit on what maps are going to be staying in the pool that you want to be consistently putting time in on.
100%. And even though we've seen VCT teams, take take Haven and show us what their compositions could look like, I think we've seen a few various iterations on how teams like to play it. These triple site maps could be very entertaining in terms of approach. And that's what I'm curious to see what the meta is looking like locally in Challengers North here. As yesterday, when you look at the map that was played the most on Pearl, we saw a lot of different approaches, didn't we?
Yeah. Just with comps, really, I don't think anybody ran the same thing, but you've got some characters that are going to be always there. Like, for instance, if we're looking on Haven, it'd be still a lot of Silver, I would imagine. But for Sentinels, really, like, Cypher's gone up in a huge amount of popularity on this map, namely because of the Killjoy nerfs from over a year ago now with a range of a turret being shortened, so it can't watch both C-Long and in Garage at the same time. But with Vice being as popular as they are now, that could also be an option if you want to have something a little bit more aggressive and have somebody set up a very difficult to break.
Exactly. So we'll have to wait and see how this will look like for this matchup. But Ryan, coming into this one, what are expectations? Sure, there are a lot of unknown entities. Formulation can have kind of, formed something new. Some players that have shown potential. We have knowledge of individually. And then we've got OnlyFins that are led by one of the highest fragging IGLs we've had in North altogether. What's the feel here? What's the gauge?
Yeah, I think this is one of the other few occasions where the open qualifier team might be the favorite against a closed one. Like, I like what HAVU have been doing with what they've tried to do with the roster as a identity, really, and they're not really going to be changing much up when it comes to the comp. For Formulation, it's a little bit more aggressive with the Neon, but it is just that Jet versus Neon difference that is going to be in the server today.
Yeah, we are seeing a strength in Cypher as being the sentinel of choice altogether. Sova is an agent you don't want to go away from, but yeah, the distinct difference is on that duelist. Neon and Jet Formulation will try and make things happen, make life difficult for HAVU with explosivity and being able to rotate quickly and have that extra player where is necessary across the map. It's a big map, isn't it? So these rotation times could be quite important altogether. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, Ryan. Altogether, this is looking to be quite the epic one. We've had clashes of North against East. We've had clashes of mixes against mixes. This is a clash between a mix and a Finnish team, and we'll be seeing in just a few minutes, in just a few rounds, who will be coming out on top in this first round of Swiss.
Yeah, there's a good chance for HAVU here, not only because Formulation played this twice in the open qualifiers and lost one of them, but it's also their defensive side that hasn't been on the same level as their attacking side. So right now, it's just a bit of freedom to get used to the server, to sort of play this out, and a pistol, I think, would go a long way for HAVU here.
It would indeed. Let's get rock and rolling as we enter the map to initiate today's series, today's matches. Formulation Gaming starting things off on the defensive. HAVU on the attack to get things rolling. A bit of a slow approach for HAVU, as they are the aggressors in this instance, with Formulation putting a lot of money on that B site.
Yeah, Breachstone came across in the normal defensive default. Neon made some noise. It's been smoked off, and Neon is already adjusted to playing A long, so they're going to get some at least early information of what's going on here. Whilst Cape tries to go for a lurk, he's going to get more than he bargained for. He's able to isolate these fights, only able to get the one.
It felt like he was capable of a lot more there. His presence seemed dangerous. Kalkin on site though. What is he capable of? That is Chris. Only one bullet fired and one connects. And he's able to connect onto a second. It does get scrappy towards the end as pressure does mount, but Eagle is left alone. Try and deal with the three of Formulation. The information was relayed of Eagle's positioning, so difficult to handle against three different angles, but Formulation are able to win round number one.
Yeah, just the adjustment. They deal with one side of the lurk. You've got the Neon pretty much playing solo on A, but is able to back out and re-aggress when the timing is right. And whilst we have got HAVU on an eco, I do want to say, when it was like a Pina Orchestra, Kaisigo and Kalkuna last year, one of the main complaints I remember having against them is they would constantly try to cut their comps a bit too much. And like they would try a comp for a couple of weeks, it wouldn't work, they'd switch to something else. And then they would be behind a team that was playing the same thing for 4 or 5 weeks. Kalkuna's gonna like pretty much clean up here for the most part. But now that you go into like open close qualified tournaments where it's just like a gauntlet double elimination for the most part, those kind of weird comps could do a lot more damage. You don't have a week to prep for an opponent, you have a day. So I'm really curious on what Formulation is going to do when it comes to later on, and some of the other maps that they might have. They might have some really weird stuff at the moment, especially with Vice and Deadlock being as popular as they are now.
Well, we've already seen Kalkuna get 3 kills. Make that 4. We already saw last year how much potential Kalkuna had. I think you could definitely say he was amongst the best in the region, amongst the best in the league. Didn't manage to get too big of a result altogether. Yeah, impressive start for Kalkuna. 6-1 and just 1 orb away from overdrive.
Yeah, you got a good amount of experience on this team, full stop, from at the very least the Polaris side with Kalkuna, Maxim and Puggy. all on teams that were trying to push the top echelon, but realistically were more in the relegation dogfights of time. So you can't say that they're inexperienced or green anymore. They've got a full year, and Halcona wants to make use of it.
Oh, yes, he does. A little bit rough around the edges for the second pickup. The picture is clear. Formulation not wanting to relent on pressure. Instantly putting HAVU to their knees. Numbers advantage for the Formulation side. And HAVU looking to put all of their damage together. Grouping up as 3. Puggy does spot Eagle, but Eagle deletes him as he sees him. Great flashpoint, but Vubit can't convert the second kill, which has put Formulation right back in the fight. Oh,
no.
Eagle! That was explosive, and turn the tables. HAVU have got the full advantage and the read on the player behind.
That's a perfect read from Nixon to expect that somebody was going to flank. It was good information for Camel to have because he was just over in like that little nest high ground in mid. Just, you feel like if Formulation had better weapons than they had, that would have been an easy cleanup, but it was a bonus for them. It was a good start for Halcona, good play with a stun to be aggressive, and a couple of these instances we've seen HAVU not really be prepared. The breach flash coming in here, nobody's playing anti-flash, everybody's out in the open. And maybe you're thinking that Vubit can do just a little bit better there. It is a Guardian, but still, it's 3 players that stood out in the open.
Here's Halcona though, will be stunned. Oh, they knew the overdrive was coming. And they dealt with it. Nice, good read by Nixon to call the play there. And they continue putting pressure on the C-Long side. I feel 3 rounds out of 3, we've had some pressure being inflicted here.
Vubit's managing to dodge the second charge of the Hunter's Fury. Narrowly missed out on Camel 2 that's rotated over, but 4 players pretty much towards that C site. Mostly because the Cypher setup is towards A, and that Aldrin is going to get information. And another really nice call from Nixon and HAVU to just cut noise and see what they can do around the map. The thing for Formulation is they're going to be happy to give up A because they have a lot of setup there for a retake.
What's really cool, starting a project as an IGL and picking up a lot of young players, is that you've got responsibility on molding them, right? The start of your career. But the good thing also is that they're malleable. They can change, they can adapt. They're not set in their ways, right? They're in their learning stages. And Nixon will look to take advantage of this in this new project of HAVU, but we have approached the 30-second mark. The call has to be
30
made.
seconds left.
The B site in HAVU's eyes.
The execute is going to be the call. Paulus leading a line on 7 HP. He might have considered giving him the Bulldog for nausea. He's going to try and plant. There's a bit of a fight back, but he does get taken down. Spike is planted, but the breach isn't in the fight anymore.
It's not. Camel trying to convert. Spray isn't quite there. Cape on the back end. Camel is low, and it's enough for HAVU. It's a slaughter on the B site, but it's HAVU to come out on top.
Yeah, I think Nixu gets a couple there too, and we are seeing some of these instances of Formulation just spraying and praying a little bit.
Sure.
You'd expect the nerves to be on the other side, or just not feeling as warmed up for HAVU, considering it is their first official of the year. So far, they're just winning out these fights, not comfortably. You look at their money, a lot of half armor, both teams are able to buy. And Ultimate's just teetering on being available for both sides, but not the major ones that can open up a site or a retake.
Shadows traveling.
HAVU, again, wanting to pick up a free orb out on C-Long, putting a lot of emphasis on it throughout this game. Shock Dart not quite landing where the trip is. So it won't have the impact they would have liked, but nice attempt, nice idea, Cape. He's been left alone a number of times, and this time it's no different. He's going to be a big thorn here.
He also knows that there's one trip at least over. Wallace has opened up a bit of space. Camel was the one holding on site. This trip is still unaware for the most part, but it's how much Formulation can play for a retake, especially when Cape goes for the flank like that.
And now we split the map in two, and HAVU aren't losing trades on the C site. It's a tough situation to be in if you're Vubit or Halcona, but you're trying to use raw gunfire to try and make it happen. Nausea's low, very low. Halcona's got a pole angle to deal with it, but he's left alone. Unassisted, he's got to deal with 3. Neon might be a good agent for the situation, But no, Eagle's got the angle covered with a nice flick of the wrist, puts HAVU in the lead.
There is that advantage that HAVU has too, just being able to see Formulation play at least a couple of maps of Haven. And even in the 5 rounds that we've seen, a lot of these early defaults for Formulation are very straightforward stuff, right? Like the stun, push down C. Formulation did it twice. This setup is just a common one too. So like HAVU trying to work out where some of the trips are, have shock dart lineups. I'm pretty sure Cape was able to actually get onto B without triggering the trip that was in like B main. I don't know how. I don't know if it was a minimap bug, but it was still up on the minimap when he got through and got that kill over towards A link. Whether it was too high and he ducked under it, or jumped over it, or just went around and we didn't see.
Either way, new round, new venture. Formulation are a bit of a rough spot. There is something of a buy. Vakia Stinger, that in the right position can do a fair bit of damage.
Ooh.
Yeah, but Kalkina's stuck between a rock and a hard place at this point. A lot thrown at him. But he's not dealt with just yet. It's just that they know Kalkina is on that A site. He was so far forward, so it might be safe to assume there are not many players around with him.
Soon just with an outlaw sitting around the C orb, seeing if there's any aggression. Because the Aldron's already been used. Clearing this corner might be a pain, but they know that he has a Bucky, they might expect it.
Might. Oh, wrong timing for Kalkina, but Polus is not going to be missing that shot anytime soon. HAVU looking clean so far. They want to make clean work of this round as well, building up that economy and put Formulation even further behind. How clean can it be though? Formulation look to set up. They've got a full set of utility from Vubit and Puggy as well. Paranoia also at their disposal, so some damage could be done here. Maxim on the higher ground, throws down a cage, potentially giving more space. Puggy is in the fight with Kate, but it's only traded for now. Eagle jumps out of the smoke, and it's in right enough time to deal with the rest of the players. That's as clean as it could be, honestly, because Kate was the only casualty.
Yeah, very clean. Sort of just dealt with the potential threat of an eco very well. Right now, it's looking rough for Formulation. We said that this defensive side ever so slightly leaned a little bit against them. But for HAVU, you've got Eagle that's 11-3. Big surprise, really. Just a lot of these players, it's hard to get any information on where they were beforehand because they were playing in the dungeons of Tier 3 and beyond, it seems.
Falcon's holding the right angle, really. We've had a couple of moments this game which required some quick reaction time. That's a pixel play if I've ever seen one. And a quick pre-fire gives the indication for Paulus that that angle is watched. HAVU have shown a plethora of approaches so far. But I think the theme of most of them is a bit of composure at the start, feeling out the round.
Yeah.
Right there.
Using the utility right for the silver as well. Like the Eldron, I think was well timed, but a recon dart early on at least sets a Neon up to be on that angle. This is going to be a B execute. Trip hit, but Hunter's Fury comes out to just delay him a little bit more.
Oh, Paulus did avoid the second Hunter's Fury tag with the updraft, but the third one was unavoidable. That's a good cam though. It's going to get a lot of information. Spots out already a couple. Rolling Thunder. Camel's in trouble. Tries to TP inside his smoke. He's pre-fired by Eagle. That is insane. HAVU might have the front foot here as there are only 2 players at the back of the site right now. Maxim able to hold his own. Hunter's Fury from afar, not finding much. And Maxim now has got assistance. He's got friends he can work with. 13 seconds. The pressure is on HAVU to plant. They can't quite get the kills. Eagle finally relieves some, but Nixie needs to get onto the spike, planting soon. Kalkina trying to use his wall to move in forward. Eagle again finding the crucial kill. Puggy is now left in the clutch with HAVU somehow salvaging it all.
No utility either, 20 seconds away from a recon dart. He felt like the Formulation had this round. Everybody fell into the setups, but Eagle having pretty much all of his utility still to work with, and these smokes as well for the Omen. They're sitting comfy.
He's got no info at all. Sure, he cleared out behind him, a little bit into garage, but when HAVU go for the double swing, There's nothing that could be done. Great calling by Nixun, great reaction timing and cohesion all across the board. That looked unrecoverable, but somehow HAVU got it done.
And timeout for formulation, no doubt. Kaisago taking a chance to just talk to the team about what's potentially going wrong. That round felt just like it was just the micro side of it, individual fights. But Kalkuna wanted to sort of go in and put pressure on the person that was planting the spike, considering time was low. He put his wall up, and Eagle runs into it and just takes that fight. It's just really good game sense for a player that's, like, as the majority of HAVU is, a relative unknown. But he's playing as if he's been in Tier 1 for however many years, with like some of the ways that he positions. And as a Solver, as an initiator, that's what you want from them, that he's always got your back either with utility or just where he's positioning.
There's a ton of impact, you're right. When he's called to the plate to frag, he's there also. Tougher formulation, really. They've done quite a few things right already. It's just that in those crucial moments, in those frags, those trades, things just don't end up going their way. Maybe a bit too split, not sure.
Yeah.
Something we'll have to look at later.
It is just in those like chaotic moments, like the early rounds, the way that they set up the map on this defense has been fine, but it's once that HAVU go for the B execute, it gets stalled out with the Hunter's Fury, they lose a player, but they still make a nice adjustment to go C, and formulation were just ever so slightly, just not able to get the kills, is what it feels like. They're not actually connecting or setting up some of these rounds.
HAVU fully in control for now. With a timeout formulation, might want to change things up. Again, a bit of a rough pie, so allows HAVU some extra leeway, but a move is made across mid to try and create some pressure, force out some mistakes, but no mistakes happen. Instead, Kate finds Vubit in his crosshairs and just presses mouse 1 to retrieve the first kill.
Would have had the Neon run in. It was a really nice flash actually in that position to catch out multiple spots. Everybody for formulation, just hedging a bet, really, trying to go over towards the A site. B is completely open, and C, just having the camera on it. Not too much that can be done with this lower buy. HAVU, again, the only team that's in this top 16 that is all from one region, all one nationality. Playing like they're, you know, one form.
True. I think there's one other team with one nationality. They've got a Polish team as well. We'll be seeing it later on today.
30 seconds left.
Still, HAVU making Finland proud. I think we haven't really seen Finland as a country, as a whole, at the top of Valorant. We've seen glimpses of it. VCT players like Hoodie. But here we go. It's Eagle. Gets traded early. And it's honestly hard to believe that formulation can get anything more than that done this round.
With the attacking setup, you got trips, you got a camera in mid to spot where these two defenders are coming from. Everybody just playing on site, playing close together. A bit worried about the flank, but they still have that trip of support. But with the better weaponry, they want to sort of be a bit more forward-facing and not give any space up if they can help it.
I mean, the kill from Maxime there, maybe the double kill as well, is impressive. They are dealing with some of these guns. Sure, this is not going to put HAVU in a difficult spot straight away, but say they lose the next round, that's some guns off the table. That could have been very, very useful for the economy overall. Cape refuses to go down there.
It's a good idea, at least. A lot of damage done for formulation on the eco, no time to go for the spike. The defuse it, but they weren't able to either grab the operator. That's the main gun that I think formulation would be really keen on holding on to.
Sure.
Considering that they have won 6 rounds in a row, money is pretty decent for them for the most part, but it's not exactly like capped out. There is a defensive operator in the hands of Kalkuna, so where exactly are they going to be fighting, if at all?
Here.
Keeps the one holding onto it, and he's looking at mid.
Something else you want to consider, though, in moments like these is that those risky fights that HAVU has won so far to recover rounds, it's not quite certain that those could be replicated. I mean, you maybe want a few more certain rounds, a few more clean ones. Otherwise, it's not impossible to see formulation coming back, and quickly.
Yeah, it's tricky too. Like, defensive side with a Neon, like, as the Neon, you want to be involved in the fight as much as possible. It seems that HAVU have done a good job to avoid it by going B and C for the most part.
Paulus looking to lead. Cam spotting out a few. Might have spotted all three, to be fair, on that long side. So you can see how the left side lenient formulation are on their defensive. Round two comes in. Nixu unable to put a lot of pressure on. Maxim holds on. Eagle only good for the one. How much more can be found? Camel being so difficult to deal with to the back of the side, but the Rolling Thunder is thrown in, which allows Camel also to use the space to clear out the back of the side. Spike so far away from Cape right now. It's Nausea that tries to bring things together, but I think you can just call this round off already, as Formulation have done what was required on the C side.
Especially when you got the operator yourself. 2 HP Nausea isn't going to be peeking much out of this corner, but really nice round from Maxim. Finds that little bit of a lurk from Nixun, who probably thought he was being a bit more discreet. He gets a really nice kill onto Paulus as well, that tries to dash in on the C site, whilst the ultimate is going off the neural theft. I think part of it as well is like, because HAVU were playing this attack up with Cape, that because he's sort of playing a little bit more stationary with holding mid, then Nixun needs to try and lurk. And there's not really that much cross-map pressure. Formulation maybe just know that, okay, they have the op on attack, like we need to be careful with what we peek. And that patient just sort of forces mistakes out of HAVU this time.
Cover going out.
There they are.
Nixun spotted. The TP's over. You can see HAVU scrambling to put attention towards that left-hand side. Meanwhile, Kalkina, deep in his seaside exploration, ends up with Cape.
4 players over on A. Nice little bait play from Formulation 2, putting up a deep camera, forcing an attacker to break it, and when the attacker does break it, that's when the operator is there to be peeking into you. Now they're just set up to keep that information, so HAVU need to go very careful because there's a lot of players on this defensive side that are ready and waiting.
Formulation look poised to win this round. Stun, ready. Puggy playing with the first one, but Nausea trading it is massive. Fubid counteracts. Paulus not affected by the paranoia, so he could go in for another swing. Eagle though, he's been the man of the moment. Can he be that again as Paulus puts pressure on that side of the site? This is Eagle's time to shine, and that's exactly what happens. Shot missed by Kalkina. And it does leave a 2v1 disadvantage for Formulation. Kalkina looking to move across with a Vandal picked up from the ground, but HAVU aren't having it. They're right back into their winning ways.
How were they able to turn around and win that, really? They lose a lot of players early when they go for execute on A. But Paulus finding 2 really nice picks, but they're like 1-2. Paulus dips back into cover. Eagle peeks from sewers and is able to get that kill over onto Camel, I think, that was in that corner on the A side. It makes me wonder how much these HAVU players beforehand might have played on teams with each other. We know Nixon was on OnlyFins, but we don't know much about everybody else. Maybe this 4 as a core have been playing together for years and we just haven't known about it.
Maybe. I mean, I think there's not much, you know, proof of their grassroots play either, you know. I haven't really found too much on them. So, you know, maybe on some lower level tournaments they've had the experience and have shown up. Maybe they're competitive madmen, but Formulation for now have decided enough talk about HAVU. We want some of this talk. We want to be praised. Good reason. Strong hold over A. HAVU disallowed completely. Now if they get out of this cookie as well, if they're able to uncrack this, that would be impressive. Tripwire in front of Nixu. And so is a cage now. You can see Kalkina arriving to... No, Kalkina's sticking around. Never mind. Made me think he was going to help out towards A, but no. Holding out the flank. Potential.
Yob could be a nice surprise. Cape's picked it up. Last alive though, so it's likely to be saving it. Formulation, you don't really want to let that happen if you can help it.
You kind of needed Nixon to get a pick there. Didn't happen. So I think this round is more than over. There you go, a bit of a high-low setup on the defense of this A site. And Formulation looking to breach the gaps here as 1 round remains in the half.
Kind of weird to be seeing the Sova and the Cypher, the ones that are on top of kills for either side. And Odin in hand for Maxim, and it's the first opportunity for HAVU that we've seen them really on poor money. They're still forcing out this operator with half armor for Cape. There's a lot of ultimates to be worked with on the attack. Nothing really to defend for formulation. Why did he get a collat? Are you serious?
How? Okay, sure. And in a very unlikely position, right? You don't expect two players to be out on garage lining up like that. I guess, sure, they wanted to have a look outside. Cape! That is ridiculous. They just want to go out with a bang on this attacking side. Have the biggest lead possible, not taking a hint of damage throughout that round.
All right, Colour me impressed with how HAVU played that side. Now formulation should come online a little bit more. Like their attacking side statistically has been a little bit sharper, but also the Neon, like you could sort of tell that Calcuna wants to play with some resources put behind him. Breach stuns, flashes, recon darts, whatever can be used to help him find that opening and play for the team. That should be a lot easier on the attack naturally because you don't have to split up around the map. Saying that HAVU have put themselves in a great position. Formulation picked up the pistol, but not much else. I think the second pistol is a necessity.
Formulation break the code. Now on their attack. They find a solution, Cape. At least he's prohibited vision. You need to nerf this person if you're going to find any success. Plant goes down though, and we're looking at a 5v5 retake.
We tested these fundamentals for either side. You got the double flank happening. No trips there anymore. They might not have been in the first place. At least the Silver's a little bit more aware of it, but it's whether you know that there's two coming in behind.
They are making noise, so the call is there. Calcuna and Puggy both win their individual fights, but it doesn't mean that they're not low, so there could be easy pickings for the rest, and that's exactly what happens. Eagle stepping up. Oh, completely keeping up the pace from the previous half. Maxim might be able to disallow the pump for now, defuse rather, but that doesn't happen.
It's close, yeah.
He's got it. Have got it. Yeah, HAVU's got it. Damn.
That's a hell of a
retake. Got the first couple of kills, and I thought that was it. But no, HAVU are never out of the round.
I really like that smoke from Nixun, the one that's just in hell. The breach is playing from that position. Typically, you want to put your breach in that position on attack as well, because you can stun across a link as they come in. Plenty of places to flash up and down from. So just that smoke forcing Vubit to go and flash out, take the fight alone. Easy pickups. And it's, again, Eagle just winning a lot of good fights. This team is playing really nicely together. And 5 buckies on the side of formulation this time.
Yep, I noticed that. I noticed that. And they might be able to muster a bit of a buy next round, especially if you can get a spike now. So that's what they're going to be looking to do. Calcuna, look how far forward he's scored! 1 bullet, 1 kill. Make that 2 bullets, 2 kills. Cape able to relieve the pressure a little bit. Well, formulation have cooked something brilliant. It smells nice, it looks nice, and damn, does it taste good. 2v3. HAVU. We said they're never out of the fight. I'm just waiting to see if they can prove that again. Formulation of stick together, holding hands in this fight. Paulus looking to close in, but the time is limited, and they need to act quickly, spotting 1 barrel of the weapon. So they will get onto the defuse. Cape will have to hold down the fort, try and save Cape's life. Here comes Camel, but he might be a bit late. No, he's right on time, and that's round number 2 win for formulation.
Way too close. They lose all of the buckies, so I wonder what their buy is going to be like here. But it was actually a really good strategy because you got Calcuna running in with the Bucky. And I think at this point, Formulation are like, okay, Calcuna's a Bucky. They don't realize until about that point when that 3rd kill came in that everybody had one.
The slide dive with a Bucky from Calcuna from the start. I think that was just illustrating intent for that round, wasn't it? Oh, that was brilliant. HAVU starstruck. And I guess won't be having an easy map here today.
Who's not going to be having an easy side no matter what? Probably Maxim on this Cypher, because there's a lot of these flanks coming in from HAVU. Whether they're destroying these tripwires early, because they've seen where Formulation put them on the map from the previous games and have shucked out lineups to break them, or whether, like in this case, you know, Maxim doesn't have that much money to work with. Just has the Stinger, has a trip still in hand that wants to save for the post plant, and then another one on C long that's about to be broken. Actually, no, never mind. He's just put it towards A on the end. He was watching the flank, and once he decided on A, he's just going to put that trip there.
Here.
Yeah, HAVU just going to look to explode. A little bit of a pyramid setup here. Look at that. Maybe that's how the Egyptians did it. The sun patches every single one of them.
It feels very Astralis.
True. Inferno style. Here we go. In goes the dynamite. And Formulation catching up little by little. Here's the buy round though. HAVU's chance to make up for round 2 mistakes. Round 2 of the half rather. Okay, this is where the real meat and potatoes of this game arrives.
Not giving any obs away from the attacking side, because surprisingly at this point, Kalkin is not too far away from having the Neon ultimate available. Fury not too shabby either. A nice sort of like C-split coming in with the stun. Aldron to work out where Nixun is, stun probably to follow as the pressure comes in, and it goes across tunnel as well. So Cape needs to be very careful. Nixun finds the first pick.
And the fact that the Paranoia caught Kalkina there did save Cape's life initially, but Vubit does end up dealing with him, and Nixun as well. Shock Dart lands by their feet, does a little bit of damage, and Vubit will be clearing out. Formulation on top, but Nausea does beg to differ. Spike down. Nausea and Paulus, we've seen them in a 2v3 before, didn't work out for them. And the fact that there's a tripwire behind Formulation here, they know that they've limited the areas in which HAVU could be approaching.
Having good information clearly on where these last 2 players are to be playing this sort of post plant. It is 2 Phantoms though from a distance, might not be the best gun. Paulus gonna try and play off the stun, but not quite working against Camel.
Ooh, I love the idea there. I really did love the idea. But the crap from Camel saved them. Brilliant. Quick thinking. And HAVU have yet to crack the code. Seems both teams favoring the attacking side so far. Let's see if this trend continues. Nausea holding on to the Vandal, hyper important, because next round isn't a round they'd be buying either way. So let's see if that Vandal can do anything.
Well, flat out, the defensive side is just harder to play. And especially for like new teams, it's hard to play because you have a lot of foundations to build off. Because this map has been out for so long, like one of the oldest in the map pool alongside Bind and Kind of Split. It does really like feel like the map has been worked out for the most part. The meta's not changed all too often. The Formulation's adjustment of having a Neon has helped a lot to just give them a little bit of going power on these executes.
Here.
Not quite sure if Eagle was spotted on the cam, but it's enough for Formulation to turn their attention towards C. And they'll be quick with it. One of the reasons why you want Neon is that you're extremely fast of converting onto a site. That's exactly what Formulation are doing, taking full advantage of their util. Stun, Paranoia. It does delay the plant for now and keeps Formulation on edge, but HAVU haven't been able to use that utility to break through onto the site. Now Cape, using the cage, pre-fire from the rifles is enough to put every single one of the HAVU players in the ground, as Formulation are just an arm's length away from closing out that gap.
Not a bad turnaround at all. What was it, 6-2 at a point in favor of HAVU? Pretty much straight after Kaisi goes timeout, things have looked a bit better, but most certainly on this attacking side, things have started to really warm up for formulation in this game. For HAVU, really under a test here. They do have a coach. They can take a timeout whenever they want. Leaving it quite late as there's 4 rounds in a row of formulation being able to pick up.
Eagle finally finding first blood.
2.
Double kill as well with the Hunter's Fury for the Finnish side. Formulation scratching their heads here. Okay, this round might have been handed over. The streak of wins might be at an end. Trip as well to the feet of Vubit. We'll be spotting it. So HAVU know they've stuck around. Cabe can swing at any moment here, but there's no need for him to do that. He knows it.
Smoked off.
Ooh. Strong smoke. The cam there, a bit of a guarantee. Mixu, alternative angle, making clean work of the situation. A bit overzealous, I think, there from Cape. I don't think there was really a necessity for him to jump there, but he wants to be part of the action. I can respect it. Oh, never mind!
Oh.
They've just handed this one to Camille. Oh, dear me.
He's got his
no. He does have his ult, so we can go over to the other side of the map and pick up the spike either way. Or he doesn't.
He's cutting noise. Maybe he's got to fake that he's going to do it.
No. Chooses to pick it up and go to C quicker, I guess.
30
Okay,
seconds left.
multiple ways to deal with the situation.
Wallace is going to try and clutch this with the op and the classic in hand. But he is only 14 HP, so that's why. Just a right click to kill him.
It's a backbreaker formulation. Win this. Patience. The name of the game. Wallace with the operator, but he's got his crosshair in the wrong position. It could be disruptive. He doesn't. Oh, he doesn't even need the operator, knowing Camille is low. Jaws out the classic and gets the job done.
A hard place to play for the post-plant. 14 HP. It was a good effort from Camille. But I really liked HAVU's positioning here, right? You had these little crossfires set up, but you also had the camera to play up, and there's a lot of, if they smoke heaven, we can use the camera, crossfire with Nixon's position and go from there. And there's just a lot of discipline and prep from HAVU in these instances, but it's the opposite of the first half. Once things get a bit more chaotic, that's when formulation really starts to perform.
I think HAVU needed that. If they would have lost it, it could have... Yeah, I think that would have been it. That really would have been it, but...
You know the operator's on C now because it's pushed up.
Shadows trap.
Look at how aggressive this is from HAVU. 2 players just tucked in behind this box.
It's a bit unorthodox, isn't it? You don't really expect something like this to happen. So in the late vestiges of this take, it could really pay off. You don't expect the second player here. You absolutely don't. Eagle
hasn't got
is
off
a
the stun,
guarantee. Oh, the turnaround. Eagle recovers. Wants to go in for the second, but there's pressure onto the side. Eagle turns around and now he needs to turn his attention towards Camille, but he is
Good
able
flash.
to see. The paranoia does its job. 2v2 down. These rounds are closed. 40 seconds and the Neural Theft will reveal where HAVU are, where Formulation are rather.
Spike planted.
Close one.
Enemy
Maxim
remaining.
one away from the Neural Theft, but is deleted by Cape. The Cypher with Cypher fight. Camille on the case again, but Cape is able to find a triple overall this round, and HAVU are right back into their streaks.
Just he takes the fight from A-Link, he puts up a cyber cage to give him a second, and then he's just jiggle peeking, waiting for the Jet to get into a position to trade him. Again, just really nice discipline in these very chaotic, very tough to play moments. Formulation forced to take another timeout. These have been a little bit late from Kaisigo, from my eyes at least. And HAVU still have both of theirs to use. I think that round overall just looked a little bit more treacherous from HAVU. The 2 players behind the box strategy, did it work all that much? Not really. Eagle being able to get 2 because a player goes backside on C and he's able to crossfire from there is kind of ridiculous. It takes a really good paranoia from Camel to shut him down. Otherwise, I think he's getting free in that instance.
Definitely capable of doing that. He's shown it. Eagle is on fire. I think you're right though, Ryan. It feels like formulation, even though, you know, it's debatable whether that play was the influential factor. I guess it just shakes formulation a little bit. It's something unorthodox, something you don't expect, and it might just be enough to inch ahead in these rounds.
Yeah, it's the right kind of instant to use that kind of play, right? Just, you have never shown it. They haven't done it either. There's no rhyme or reason why you pull it out then, which is exactly why it's perfect for that instant. You don't want to keep doing it. You don't want to do it because your opponent did it and you want to try it yourself. And here, like HAVU, after the timeout called by the attacking team, switched the site up for the Cypher. Paul is trying to go out with the op.
Come on! Come on! Oh, I could sense that a mile away. Paulus was not going to pull back from that fight. Damn. Okay, well, formulation are in a bit of trouble, but they may have chosen the right side to hit, even though there's a lot of Cypher utility around. They prohibited his vision again. Formulation has broken the trip from sewers, so they can cross. Trip's broken. Sight fully under the control of formulation. HAVU have got 5 against the 4 of their opponents.
O'Connor out in the open, trying to take this fight, tucking in as much as possible. Omen TP to come in and help, and all of these defenders pretty much coming from the same position. Nausea is 1 away from a Rolling Thunder if he can get a kill.
Crucially though, Vubit does have his Rolling Thunder, and he uses it straight away. Spray down from Kalkuna, and it's enough. Kalkuna triples up, he's feeling it. It's an aim game, and Kalkuna is right back into his comfort zone. Formulation are not going to go down without a fight. That was expertly played on the site.
Yeah, really nice fights. Just a good post plan. Rolling Thunder pretty much being the main differential factor. With Paulus finding the first kill, potentially maybe the last of this round too. I think one of the calls for HAVU was just, okay, we want to keep moving the operator around, but if we show the operator on C and the Cypher's there as well on this defense, they're just going to go A. So let's put the Cypher on A, which should open up double doors here, the B side of the map, but also mid as well with the op. Unfortunately, they weren't really able to play much around it for the retake. They get a good amount of information off an Aldrun from Eagle, but that Rolling Thunder just shuts everything down. There's no chance for a flank at all either from HAVU. They're onto an eco just with the operator too.
Stun up. Ooh,
oh no.
That takes down Kalkuna with a mere sheriff. And he's still alive to tell the tale. And you did say the Rolling Thunder was approaching. Well, now he has it. So HAVU's still dangerous, albeit with lesser guns.
You might want to give that Phantom over to somebody else, to be honest. It's high HP, but you've got 3 players dedicated over towards B. Crossfires are plenty to try and take and fight for this space.
Have you heard of Bogdan's Law?
Yeah. The formulation just looking a little bit more rattled, haven't moved anywhere, just need to be careful with every little position. Oh.
That is ridiculous. That is absolutely absurd. Oh, we're getting away with it. And I don't know if they want to leave mid right now. Most of them have
where he is now.
Surround. Sure, okay, they've taken over the A site. Formulation have put Max in pretty far forwards and deep into this fight. He's thrown down a tripwire, so he's alerted HAVU of his presence. He's warning them. Do not come near. But rifles have been recovered. HAVU have got a full set of 5 players to take this on, and a Rolling Thunder.
Ooh, nice play. Little gap for him to go around the cyber cage with a flash, but he can't find anything. Rolling Thunder's been forced out early. You got 2 people flanking that Camel deals with.
Yeah, and the aftershock does prohibit the movement after the Rolling Thunder, so Formulation have done a great job from splitting the team apart. Paulus is all that is needed, and he's only got blades to work with. 2 versus 1. Time is pressuring. Tries to isolate the fight. That's the reset. Full set of knives on the spike. He's got to defuse it halfway, otherwise he's in trouble. Camel knows it off the spike again. Dashes away. Has to get the kill now or it's never. Oh, I think it's close, but I don't think he's got it. It's going to be very close. And the failed defuse allows Formulation to stick in this game.
Not a bad eco though for HAVU. The Formulation, they played up really well, especially Camel. This round from the beginning looked really dicey. Paulus pulling out free with the Blade Storm. But Camel just dealing with the flank as it happened and then just winning out enough time in the clutch. HAVU still have to buy, but they used the rolling thunder in a round that they couldn't really commit to. Calcuna's not too far away from having the Neon ult yet again. Seems that they're going to be fighting over towards A. That's the most success the formulation has got, is over on this side.
Finally, formulation find the first entry. Look, how we did damage to the previous round. I think they would have loved to win that round, but sure, they did only start it with Sheriffs. But now this is a full set of rifles. This is a different story, and formulation have all the answers.
Everybody's splitting onto the A site. This full buy that's pretty much gone to nothing for HAVU. Safe call, you can tell, is pretty much being called. So it's going to be 40 seconds of sweet nothing. HAVU really struggling on this defensive side, and formulation really starting to come alive.
It's a rough one, isn't it? This game is getting very, very close. Equilibrium to be placed here for formulation. And it's anyone's game. The issue for HAVU is that they're running out of funds. Sure, they'll probably be holding on to these two rifles, unless Cape maybe gets picked up here. Maybe even Nixu. They're both in danger. So you can hear both players around. No, Nixon not having none of it. That Phantom needs to stay in their hands. A super crucial gun to be with them. Otherwise, they'd be in big trouble here. Round number 23. And formulation knocking on the doors of victory.
Troubling times, isn't it, for HAVU? On a low buy again, able to save some guns, and it forces out their first timeout, actually. Does give formulation a chance to talk too, but really, after the timeouts that Kaisigo has had, there has been a resurgence of performance from formulation. Like, they've looked a lot better after the timeouts. HAVU just getting and struggling with the retakes. All of the rounds, pretty much, on this side of the half, have had the spike planted. It's 3 diffuses for HAVU, but 5 times the spike has gone off. We know that, like, round 14 was the Bucky round, so that's when we saw, like, again, the spike explode from eliminations. Round 17, I think the spike was planted too. HAVU are not stopping these executors that are coming in. But they're also failing on these retakes now as formulation are getting more and more comfortable with them.
Here, we will reveal their secrets.
Pretty much a force buy here from HAVU. Well, not so. It's a shaky buy, actually. Oh, Kalkner, hyper aggressive. HAVU has actually put a lot of players to the defense of the site quite quickly, but Vubit has found 2 already. I thought HAVU might have had a lot of answers nearby approaching already, but that is not the case. Formulation completely composed and 1 round away from making Haven their own.
Vubit one ult all the way from having another breach ult with the 4K that he was able to get there.
Damn.
A lot of pressure now.
Were
Eagles.
3 ults actually used that round?
So yeah, it would have been Hunter's Fury definitely was. Neon ult 2. Kalkuna was traded up there enough instantly by a Stinger, I think. Nausea, but the trade was instant. Just this pace of play the formulation have, like, really suits the Neon. That really enables it. But it just is making HAVU's life super uncomfortable.
OT is what HAVU are looking for. Take this to a standstill, 12-12. Had the flop, the turn, now it's time for the river. Paulus. Oh, I thought it might have been him to get the cross there.
Gets another
instead
hit.
With Hunter's Fury. Tag on Vubit. And it's important to have the information of the garage play diffuse
got half.
halfway. That is hyper important. Now you're thinking about sticking it. Puggy putting a lot of shock darts in. There is still a smoke to cover. Paulus doing a lot of damage from above. And HAVU of taking us to overtime. 2 rounds consecutive required by either team to secure this map.
Yeah, the second time that we've gone to overtime in 5 of these opening best of ones. And a good mix, really. Like HAVU's inexperience maybe showing a little bit on that defense of the second half. But another defuse that came in the end too. Eagle finding so much value with the Hunter's Fury. Post-nerf as well. The fact that you can't ping areas on the map from the mini-map to show what like trajectory the map is at, whether it's higher or lower or equal, makes it harder to get kills with the Hunter's Fury. But Eagle seems to just be able to nail it each and every single time.
HAVU making their move.
Right here.
Prodding forwards, little by little, but now they've decided to take a leap forwards. I feel like Paulus is most dangerous when he's got elevation going his way, forced to drop off the paranoia, but he pre-fires and finds the win on that fight. HAVU have completely switched up the script here. Nausea with the plants, and Puggy's left to do it by himself, but he successfully finds Cape here, and he's got all of his health to play with. Wants to make sure he's got a full set of bullets to play around with as well. Recon. Oh, realizes it's a high-low, so he tries to pre-fire. Eagle is so slow to death, but thankfully for HAVU, they've had an extra player on a different corner, and for that reason, HAVU are still ahead.
The attacking side winning. Well, surprise, I suppose. More timeouts available for formulation, and they're going to take it because they have been able to be successful off the back of them. It was just Puggy in a 1 versus 5 and was able to bring it to a 1 versus 1 at the end. HAVU for their first game put through their paces, both mechanically but also like mentally. Back and forth, best of 1. There's plenty of other games to play, and the big games for them are going to be best of 3s regardless, so not too much stock weight on this game necessarily, but you want to get off on the right foot.
Tough times. Silence. I wonder what's being said. Anything could be said.
I'm out of here.
It's crucial on Swiss stages. Sure, you're not going to be eliminated straight away, but there are some pretty damn good teams lying in wait on that 0-1 score that are hungry to collect their first win. So you don't want to be down there with them.
I'm out of here.
Want to be the upper end of the Swiss format table. Kalkiner first in, trying to get himself to the back line. Even with the aftershock prohibiting vision, he's still capable of finding one. But Nausea, though, is able to hold on, and he's still around, and he's still got utility to play with. He's even got another flash to throw in if he needs to, but has to get his gun out, and he gets it out on time. 3 kills to his name. Formulation with 2 left. They've got the spike under their control, which is crucial. They need to get that spike down, because that puts more pressure onto HAVU. They do, which allows Maxim to move ever close and potentially gain a kill off of this fight. That's an off angle, one to not be expected. Tries to get in front of Paulus. That's a double kill. Maxim converts it into a duel.
Take flight.
Spike hasn't even gone down yet. Puggy feels uncomfortable, and it's bought time for Eagle to go all the way around. That is so smart. Recon does drop, so Eagle will be spotted. Oh no, the battle of the Sovas. But it's all down to the gunplay right now, because neither of them have got a recon to work with. Eagles is up next in 7 seconds. But both reposition. Both changing the approach.
Eagle expects him to be backside now.
Puggy, turn around, pre-fires.
Whoa.
Feeling area.
No finishing damage.
There they are.
There's some tags here or there, trying to find shots through the wall. Classic, up close, trying to find the right-click jump. Puggy! What a shot to keep formulation snapping.
It was really good work in the clutch. It was an awkward one. You could tell Eagle wasn't particularly comfortable about it. But Nausea just backside able to get free before he's traded. But Maxim, it's the cage, the camera, the information he gets in this position that's able to get two and make this more than doable for Puggy. We go again, attacking side, reigning supreme consistently across this haven.
I must wait a moment.
Shadows traveling.
Found you.
Got a spot.
Oh, it's a bit of a lazy peek, but Cabe gets it done either way. Huh. Foresight takeover. Camel might be in trouble. That flash is superb and fully taken advantage of. Nixon, though, high ground recovered, and it's still a close one. Ryan, hold me. I'm scared.
Oh, the shot!
Oh my God! That is ridiculous. And of course, it's going to be a close 2v2. Eagle. Damage done towards him. He throws down a shot in retaliation, but he gets killed up. Puggy has been so good with them and brings the Odin to the fight to put the nail in the coffin. Formulation with a defensive round win have put themselves in a prime spot to close out this game.
Especially Puggy as well. I think coming into overtime, he was at the bottom of kills, but every single moment that he's had so far in this OT has pulled him out from the bottom, but every single one massively impactful. 2 shock dart kills, a really good recon as well that goes towards the site. Just makes it really uncomfortable for HAVU. And this young, relatively unknown Finnish squad, this is where it's going to be really uncomfortable. This is where Formulation, as a team of so much more experience playing at this level in overtime high-impact games.
Look, we've seen newcomer teams cause a ruckus and challenges before. Sweet and Sour can be brought to mind, Requiem as well, maybe a bit of Akina Orchestrary. People that have watched North last year know who I'm talking about.
There's no trade.
How influential they could be. Now there is the trade, though. This C site has been the site of choice for both teams on attack. Formulation have been strongest on this side. This is the best situation they found themselves in to close this out. Captain going aggressive again. The flash is perfect. Vubit has been so influential in the past 2 rounds. This could be saving the day for them. Is it been enough, though? Eagle is still the man for the job.
Look at this over.
Figure it out. Puggy and Camille line their shots together to put an end to this chaos. 15-13, as close as it could possibly get to put Formulation in that 1-0 bracket in the Swiss stage.
Yep, another open qualifier team beating a closed one, and in both of those instances where the open qualifier team has won, it's gone to overtime, which goes to show that it's the fact that they're able to get reps. This time it is the team with more experience as well. I'm really interested in where this HAVU team goes, though. Like, for a first showing, one of the more impressive teams that we've seen lose in these 2 days, but just not enough. Formulation had enough of an edge to push it through. And again, some really good timeouts from Kaisigo to get that team back on the right foot, despite being, what, 8-2 down at a point?
Yeah, you're right. But, you know, I think there were moments, there were waves of performance for each of these players. And I think the reason why this was so competitive was that Eagle was consistent throughout it all. I think one of the highlight players from this series, but Formulation altogether as a core, as a roster on that attacking site came alive and really brought the show. I think they had a lot of variety to them. I think this Neon pick works well for them, for the way, the style they'd like to play on Haven. It looked pretty damn good to me. And once they had their eyes set on a site, they ended up getting it and holding on to it for this post rounds as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was definitely elements of Formulation's defense, like the macro wasn't quite sitting well. Not only it's just like, okay, you're playing in the right positions, but is that the way that you as a team want to play? You could tell that Kalkona just wanted to be more involved. You saw how successful he was when he's leading the charge, when he has team support, especially from Vubit. But that's so hard to do on the defense in the right instances. So how are you going to fill those gaps that are being left when you're running this comp that you wouldn't have to worry about as much if you're running a jet, say?
True, true. Yeah, some impressive showings. I think also we need to give kudos to Vubit at the end. I think the last 2 rounds of overtime, he got a cumulative assist score with his flashes, I think of 6. I think 3 kills per round.
Yeah.
Probably something of that kind. But either way, guys, another match is coming up next. It's NOM versus Szach, Matt. I think I got that right. We'll be back very soon.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. shine and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Challengers Northeast. We've just witnessed the first match take place where it was Formulation Gaming to end up on top against HAVU, getting them in that 1-0 bracket of the first Swiss stage, of the main Swiss stage rather. And it's time for a second match here, Ryan. I'm excited about this one. We've got NOM versus Szach Matt. And yeah, again, it's a lower Swiss team, qualifiee, and an invitee of NOM Esports here. What are your thoughts?
There's really not too much to say about either team, really. Like, sure, this is more of like a look of like, like East teams. You've got some players that have been on NOM for quite some time, on B8, for example. But it is mostly like for Szach Matt, for sure. Like, just players that have maybe inched on being part of like East previously, but haven't really got too much attached to their name, either with like organizations or accolades in the tier 2 scene at the very least.
Well, we might as well take a look at them either way. NOM Esports up first as we try and figure out what they are capable of. Cookie, and the coach, and the IGL Nero have stuck together to try and figure out what is best for this organization heading into this year. And honestly, they've created quite an interesting mix. Some young potential, some limited experience potential with the likes of Amcar. You've got some more knowledgeable players with the likes of like you said, from the bait roster with with Rare and all that. So generally a nice looking team. You've got some potential from all across Europe, all around. But yeah, it's one of those teams we're kind of looking at the middle of the pack, really. Right? I don't think we expect, top of the line challengers qualification potential yet. I think it's one of those projects that probably needs some time to gel.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams actually today aren't really full of the players that we saw a lot in East or Polaris last year. They're more so like the teams that have sort of had like a coach in an IGL and probably just ran a lot of trials with players that are sort of well known in the ladder or have done well in Premier and sort of played like Eclipse and stuff, right? That you want to be sort of building around. Like we have Team Liquid Academy, like this NOM team feels very similar to what HAVU have been doing, of just finding that talent that has maybe caught the coach's and IGL's eye, being able to build around it and see what they can do.
Well, the next team that will be playing right now against NOM is Szach Matt, and you probably guessed it, it probably means checkmate. As if you look at the logo, it's a white and black bishop facing one another. But yes, this roster, some youngsters all around. You've got Shaloni, who's a streamer, who's joined the roster to try and make some work happen. I'm not quite sure if we've got a standing today, or maybe they've made an adaptation to the roster. I'm not quite sure if that is the case. But yeah, this is also another all-Polish team, an all-one-country team. We did see HAVU be an all-Finnish team. This is the other one that we have here in the top 16 of the main Swiss stage. Yeah, I think it's interesting that they managed to make it across the lower Swiss. They barely managed to get through, eliminating Coalesce in the final round. A very gruesome series by the end of things. But yeah, 3 wins, 2 losses there. So by the skin of the teeth, they're here. And maybe with the experience that they had across those 5 matches, they could do some damage here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've lost one signed, which we're seeing after this game. And we just saw them lose against Formulation, which just won their last. So like, from the open qualified teams, this is probably the one that you expect the least to be done damage-wise. Saying that, though, they do have a lot more experience with like playing in East across a multitude of different years, but it does feel like it's just like a different team entirely, like just sort of picking up players. Like losing a lot of like Kozak being in and out of the team at various points, for example, and just trying to build somewhat of a Polish core to work around.
100%. It's cool to see, these little projects trying to build these rosters from people from your own country. It makes a difference, right? Because you speak the same language, so the connections in your brain happen a lot quicker when you communicate, when you kind of maneuver. It's the language you think in, and it's surprising how actually that can make a difference, right? Whether that is for HAVU speaking Finnish, whether that's for Szach Matt playing speaking in Polish in game. It can make the world of difference. And for youngsters who that might not have the most of experience in competitive play, that's the edge you kind of need. Have a little bit extra confidence playing this game. So communication aspect will be a big deal for this series. But let's have a look at the map that we'll be playing on. Abyss. Lovely. The second time we're seeing it played all together here in the main Swiss. Yeah, how do you feel about this one?
Yeah, again, interesting that it's Abyss. It's something that we've seen a little bit from Checkmat in the Open Qualifiers Swiss stage. They beat Wombat 123 13-4, and they had a 12-0 attacking side, which I don't know how much of that is worth looking at because it was through the Open Qualifiers of East, but they did run Sova, KO, Astra, Jet, Omen. So we have a bit more information that they're going to be playing at double controller, no Sentinel. That obviously might change. We've had Teo being introduced into this stage of the tournament, which I don't know if we'd see necessarily, but more so the popularity of Vice that has been there for a multitude of VCT Tier 1 teams might be able to persuade Checkmat into going in this direction for a comp switch here or there.
Sure, yeah. Just a disclaimer for everybody watching. I know we've got new viewers around after the merge of North and East, and there are a lot of East names, particularly Polish ones, that we're having a very hard time rolling our tongues around to pronounce. So we are trying our best, I promise, but they will be butchered. We will try to fix them. Correct us if you think we are saying something wrong. We appreciate your patience with it. We're not trying
blame
to offend
Bodok.
anyone.
He tells us all the pronunciations, so
yeah, blame
Bodok.
Bodok. He probably just says us the correct way to pronounce them, and then we butcher them either way. But blame Bodok about this. But yeah, no, this is going to be an interesting one. It is our introduction to these teams. It is the way that we will be able to see how these teams perform as we jump into Agent Select and see what these teams are looking to, focus on as they enter Abyss.
For NOM Esports, it is that Omen Harbor we saw a little bit of yesterday. I forget for which team was running it out of these Z10 game. And Checkmat keeping the comp the same. I think both comps have been identical from the previous series that we saw yesterday, which was Z10 versus NXT. It was NXT that ran NOM's esports comp. It didn't necessarily work all that well. But I think one thing that I did know about the NOM squad is that they are fairly flexible in the roles that they play. And you've got a good amount of options, I think, for Checkmat when it comes to duelists if needed, but it is going to be Demek on the Jet.
It will be indeed. Some crucial positions taken up by the non-players. Obviously, Amkar taking up on the Sentinel role. I think the player from the roster with least experience. I think following the lines of Checkmat's at this level of play will be interesting, right? It's a brand new introduction to these players' performance at this level of play, at the level of challengers. So let's see how they will fare with this level of competition as we enter Abyss. It'll be NOM Esports beginning on the defensive side, while Checkmat will be giving their best go on this aggressive attacking side.
Seems that they're going to be putting a lot of stock onto taking mid as well on this defense. 4 players from NOM looking to push in that direction. Checkmat going for a B execute straight off the rip. Cypher alone has that trip, that common one to play off. I might get more than he bargained for if he's intended to peek deeply into this B main choke.
A bit of a slow start here as Checkmat look to cross into this B side. Updraft and dash from Demek, followed by a TP from Zesta, gets them that higher ground. And space control, but it's Razes to find the first blood. Nera within the smoke. Razes doubles up. That's pretty damn good from NOM Esports already. There is a return frag from Demek. Zesta holding on, and Demek doing so much damage that actually puts Checkmat on top. 2 players now left for NOM Esports, albeit their opposition being
nice
solo.
flick.
It doesn't even matter for Amkaz. He does find a headshot. 2v2. Spike only now crossing onto the site as both teams elect to play grouped up.
Right decision. Chest is pretty low HP. Is it even needed? Demek's able to get the 4K fully. Love to see a heat map of where he was positioned on this map because he seemed to just be everywhere with how aggressive both those players, the Jet and the Omen, were with pushing like P Heaven. It's something that we probably expect to see across this series in comparison to the last. It's just more aggression, more fighting. And exactly where you take these mechanical fights.
Yeah, and it's important for young teams with not much of experience on this type of stage to sort of get things started on the right foot, get things going and flowing the way you want them to, start to feel more comfortable, because I'm certain there are some nerves, there are some shakes. You got to deal with them early. So, best case scenario here for Checkmat.
2 outlaws, Marshall even for Chris. Finds that opening over on the A site, and he's still got the KO over there with a Phantom to maybe try and get the orb, find some space, see if anybody else is going to try and push up. Checkmate just playing a lot more disciplined, a lot more passive, not really pushing onto the opponent's side of the map in the slightest. Nero's taking his time because he's the only one that's actually upgraded his gun outside of Bravo that went for the Sheriff.
Nero prohibited the use of utility for now, as KO's knife does connect. Does give for information for Szachmat that players around, close by. Look how NOM Esports are moving around, putting a lot of emphasis on that mid side. Bravo exchanges that angle for Amkar, covers it for him, as Amkar himself looks to bolster up the defense of the B side, and that's the right thing to do.
Here.
The wave flows,
30
provides
seconds
extra
left.
cover, and it could be catching off guard Szachmat as it does drop. That cover for the one-way. As again, the double high-level cross for Szachmat has been successful. NOM Esports struggling to find the kills here.
Last player standing.
The advanced arsenal of Szachmat seems to be taken over, and it will take over all the way towards the end. A singular casualty as Szachmat double their round score.
I really like how both teams played that round, to be honest. Just the patience from Szachmat, but also, like you mentioned, Pavlos, like NOM moving and rotating around the map had a really good adjustment. Putting up the harbour wall, high tide to just provide some cover, but also gave Amkar a second to just put a camera up in a really aggressive spot to get information. It's some just good team play, just off the rip for both these squads on the latest map to be introduced to the game.
There's already a lot out there for this map, isn't there? So much cooking is being performed here.
Yeah, knowing it's one thing, doing it is a whole other. Especially for NOM that have not played any other officials this year.
That's true, and I've heard rumors that EME is way better at doing this at a tier 2 level than the Americas are, so I'm pretty happy about that.
It's just so many teams. I mean, that's the advantage that we have as a region. There is a lot of teams in all sorts of different esports, not just Valorant.
There you go. Bit of an exchange. The buys look fairly equal, right? Even. 3 rifles and a secondary, I guess. A Marshall and a Bucky.
Considering it's a bonus for Checkmate, that's not necessarily the best sign for NOM.
True. Razis might be putting the Bucky to good use. Smoke given over from Rare to help him out. You can smell something's off here. Something's weird. Something's eerie.
The smoke's weird, isn't it? It's just a bit of
30
a
seconds
question mark that's going to keep Checkmate interested in some of these corners.
And now they'll be checking another one. Razis spots one, gets ever closer and connects onto Demek.
He's out.
Beautifully done. Yeah, and I think he might even find a rifle. No, not quite. Nero gets shut down. Ooh, that is tough. That's an oopsie. 10 seconds. I don't think Szachmat will have too much trouble getting the spike down. So we are looking at a post-plant scenario. Razis, again, closed off. You can hear the movement underneath. Oh, he finally gets it done. That Bucky has been the most influential gun so far for NOM Esports this round. Can it be again?
Last player
On the
standing.
site, Nephi backside finally quashed, and Amkar does the cleaning up near the spike, and it's enough to put NOM Esports on the board.
I mean, interesting round, to say the very least. Some good moments there, but NOM making it work in the end. It was up against the low buy for Checkmate, who are going to have plenty of money to work with here. Just trying to pick up the better guns. Leaving it awkwardly, but it's fine. Plenty of time because they got it halfway. And yeah, just because Razis had a Bucky at the start of the round, wanted to upgrade. Able to get quite a lot done with it, all things considered. But look at the money for NOM. It really isn't all that good for them in the end. Some half armors for Checkmate, but they do have a null command. Not really grouping up to just go for an execute off the rip. The KO is going to be looking towards A, and that's exactly where the Cypher is.
Nice spot.
Well, Shaqmat seem to prefer the A site as a hit right now.
I mean, if they use KO now, that Cypher utility is going to go down. He's way too close. Or he can just get that first kill.
Exactly. Demek, high ground is all his, but he can't stay alive for too long. It doesn't even matter though, because Shaqmat, he's got his bag. And Kozak rather, he's got himself Hunter's Fury now. Off the back of a kill and the earlier orb collection. So an extra guarantee for this round, but instead of playing it passive, instead of playing it slow, they know they've got the numbers here, so they might not want to use it for this round and keep it for the later ones. They go aggressive. A high-low. Rare can't really break through. He's caught for assistance. Rare, though, doubles up, and now it's Kriz on the hot seat. Oh, it's shaky. 10 bullets. He's being revealed again. Flicks on the one. And I think there's just enough time for Rare to get this diffused.
I think that's a bit of a misplay from Checkmate. Just like you sort of mentioned, like you've got Hunter's Fury, you're playing with an Astra. Like, play post-plant. That's why you play these characters in the first place. The fact that everybody was on site, like the null command not being used, it was a good entry. You have some great ultimates to work with, but playing an aggressive line like this just feels completely unnecessary with everything that you've managed to get. And so you've just allowed... Yeah, a little bit. You have all of those ultimates available to you now. You still have a buy with half armor, granted, but with NOM's money being as bad as it was, you could have forced them onto another eco, and you could start really pulling a lead to begin with. That's stuff you just don't like seeing from any team.
It happens. God, it looks so good for Shaqmat so far. It's just that, you know, these little mistakes add up. And NOM Esports are in contention. Starting to bolster their economy. It's Bravo to put Neffy out of the fight for now, but he quickly brought back to life.
All the Cypher utility on the defense is still up because the Cypher played so far away that the null command didn't hit him. So a bit more prep this time for NOM Esports to deal with it. But it is a 5 versus 5 retake on a notoriously annoying site to retake on.
Yeah, the cam hasn't been used yet either, waiting for the ultimate moment to pick up all that utility. Demek knows that he needs to be aggressive here, that he needs to put a little bit more pressure on! Oh no! Okay, grabs one throughout the chaos. Neural Theft revealing the positioning of the rest. Neffy, backside, flash, causing more pressure. Rare is able to retaliate, but Kozak backside is a monster. Kriz unable to find the clutch in the 1v2 yet again, as NOM Esports are retake monsters.
I mean, Checkmate just constantly keeping the aggression up. You got to admire how DMEC's playing, but in some of those instances, nobody can help you, nobody can trade. You're just running into three people and hoping for the best a little bit. NOM just, yeah, taking it easy. They read the play pretty well. The Cypher wasn't anywhere near the site, so none of that utility was suppressed.
This goes here.
I think it's just I want to get into some of these rounds a lot more. Checkmate still having money, just half armor buying consistently. There's no outlaw punish as of yet, but there is an operator on the side, so Razis can do a lot with that. He's over towards A, so he's not going to find much information, however.
Demek.
Here.
Bread and butter of this execute, you can tell. It's not too much variation, but there hasn't really been a necessity for much of a change. The take has always been successful. It's what happens after that needs some fixing. Harbor ult dropping, and with it, NOM Esports start to maneuver in. Not traded just yet. No fights have taken forth. It's just all random shots across smokes. Raz is able to connect this blade across the Cosmos. Switches position with Kozak. Oh dear, this could go wrong very quickly. And now Sesta is all by himself to the back of the site. It's being diffused halfway. It's being stuck with. Zesta needs to go for it. Shocked up with the off damage. Narrow on the back flank. And that's all that's required for NOM to collect a 4th round in the bag.
Big ultimates used for the execute as well. Hunter's Fury from Kozak that doesn't hit anything either. And then a Cosmic Divide from Kriz, which almost helps Razis, to be honest. To be able to flank around, it takes Kozak's attention away from the main choke and kind of leaves Chester completely alone on the B side. These rounds are crazy. They're mental. And it's so hard to keep on top of what these teams are doing because they're just so fluid in their approach.
There's a lot going on, isn't there? I mean, it's going to happen whether when there are 10 people alive, a spike planted, and a retake about to happen with multiple ults on the table. It's always going to be something. You need to be worried about a big mid push coming in from Szach. Very far forwards. Is NOM equipped to deal with this? Vent's pressured, Nero there. He's got to be cautious. Aldro not flushing him out just yet. Instead, deeper angle taken. Szach have got no right taking this win. But this is a switch that has caught NOM a bit off balance. Bravo off. Nero
Good trade.
dealing with the one, but Demek is close to the fight. And has put Szach in pole position for this win. Razis not able to collect a pick off his dash away. And Chris connects through the smoke.
Blocking vision. Obscuring vision.
Whole different like change of pace from Checkmat to just start ganking and find a lot of these splits on people. The 2 versus 4, and a 2 versus 2 with 2 players only having rifles on Checkmat, but these positions are so hard to uproot from the attacking side.
I'm trying to see what are the win cons here for NOM in this fight, but I don't think there are any. Szach hold every answer firmly gripped in their hands. And this time, don't take any aggressive, unnecessary maneuvers. Play it safe. Learning from the mistakes on the go. As only 1 drops in their process on winning a thrifty round against NOM Esports here.
And without a timeout, without anything, it was just a good call. Like, we've been doing a lot of straight A or B executes. Let's try and play with mid a little bit more. Worked out masterfully. And Demek, 10 and 5, is really just the shining player to just keep observing, to keep an eye on, because he's everywhere on the map. It's so hard for NOM to keep tabs on him, and he's doing stuff individually, but now he's starting to work well with his team, despite he's in different areas of the map. I love the like bait of noise from Neffy that came in, and Demek is able to peek around the corner and get the pick.
What can Red do here? I think it's a bit of a switch from NOM. What NOM have been going for so far? Hey, Kozlok can read that something risky is going around, so attempts a spray. And nothing connects, so Red's got an opportunity to go even further here. Sure, Kozlok is holding the angle, but it's a matter of timing. Oh, it really might be catching. Kozlok got hit the spray. It's rough.
No.
So Kozlok does pick up the kill. And even though NOM try to create some space, instead they're the ones that have been inflicted a severe amount of damage.
Good chance for Checkmat to just reset. Consider where they want to go now. There's no smokes on the side of NOM. Other than Bravo stuff, he's had to rotate across. Hard position to actually smoke the choke from, but the execute's going to come in regardless. Hunter's Fury on the defense, stalling stuff out to see if they can get any tags. The hits Kozlok, he goes down, but Chester's the one that peeks over the top and catches Razzies. I think he just stepped back.
Probably. Probably trying to get a deeper angle on the cross. I don't know. Could have been on his attempt to jump and failing to jump. Forgetting to press space. I don't know. Could be anything. Either way, Szach definitely right back in the fight. You can definitely tell they're a lot more careful and cautious than they were the first couple of rounds.
Yeah, maybe the first couple of rounds was just them testing to see what kind of setups NOM has. Just checking, like, okay, they usually play the Cypher over here, they're going to do this with said ultimates. Now they're just cutting noise and almost forcing NOM to break some of these defaults that they have, overextending, take a pick, use that pick to then execute onto a site. Because check them out when they're going in before the plant, look really strong, look really cohesive, good utility, good scaling. It's just those post plants that aren't going well when it's a 5 versus 5. It puts so much pressure on for Demek to go and find a kill, to push beyond the plant itself. Now if they can get a 5 versus 4, makes the whole post plant a lot more straightforward for them.
I mean, it makes sense. The timeout is brought out here. Definitely some things to talk about. We saw them try to unstable their opponents, get them off balance with a couple of aggressive plays, trying to put players in difficult positions for Szachmat, but doesn't really seem to have phased them so far. The retakes have been pretty good for NOM, so maybe they'll go back to that. Maybe they'll just try and play the safe game, the rotation game. We'll see. We'll see.
Similar to HAVU on Haven, though, isn't it? The only rounds that they're normal winning on the defense are defuses. Not able to actually stop the site hits as they're coming in. I wonder how many of those 4 wins that NOM were able to pick up were like just 5v5 defuses, or equal number defuses.
True. Maybe pretty damn good on the post plants.
Interesting, Dimek.
Yeah, a bit of a chunk taken off of him. And given that it's just pistols on the other end, that makes the job easier to pick him off the server. Damek placed aggressively again through vents. He's been allowed to do his exploration, do his thing. Quite some time now. Szachmat can read this. They definitely can. Here comes the flash. Underhand. And 3 players spotted. 1 collected. 40 seconds remain. Damek influencing the back line here. Could do quite a bit. Seems like NOM is wary of it. Yeah, it is. But if Szachmat starts to put pressure in main, Errol will be forced to turn around, so will no longer be watched. He's pretty good with his timings. That Amka is fully aware. Fully aware. Is there really a chance for NOM Esports here? Another pick, and there just might be. Nero does collect it, but without the upgrade and without awareness of Zester's angle, that has got to be Szachmat's round either way.
Nice work in the end. Demek just being a pain to deal with still. He doesn't really get too much that time as Amka was rotating in. But you're right, he's there to pull attention away from the choke itself. Chester's just going to be able to just shadow step in on some of these fights. And it's good utility from Kozak and Nefi to just find where people are with the recon that with the KO knife. NOM after a timeout, after an eco, now have the operator in hand again, and Razis is getting super aggressive with this.
And he is. Maybe a little bit more cautious, more careful. Here comes Esther. Damek as well has broken through to the back of the site. Szachmat have been pretty damn good taking it without losing too many players in the process, and this time completely clean. Spike planted. NOM. Bit disjointed. And every single one of these players are dropping like flies in the sky. Couldn't have been cleaner for Szachmat.
Very nicely done again. Just a good execute. Raz is, playing somewhat alone with the op. Couldn't get that first shot in. Took a lot of damage by the time that the execute was coming through. And even though, again, NOM had the right read, they had Decipher all the utility on the B site, but playing away so he wasn't suppressed. Just didn't seem to matter when you've got like this much confidence. The Jet going 12-6 that isn't afraid to make plays for the team, and an Omen that is just right behind you to follow up on some of the silliness aggression. Speaking of silliness aggression, look at where Rare is now.
Yeah. It hasn't really paid off, has it, Ryan? This,
Not yet.
No. I'm just wondering when it will. If it will. Sure, I guess you can afford to go for something risky like this on rounds in this economical situation.
This is a good call. Very good call. And that's a spike as well.
Okay, a real chance, a real opportunity here for NOM Esports. They just mustn't drop the ball. You've got 2 players without anything significant in their hands. near the B site. They can't afford to fall here.
Spike planted.
And this is the
Rifles
moment.
collected.
This is where Czech might have looked worse, right? When they've just had play disadvantages. They're forced to go and try and make plays.
Oh, Szach might be completely turning the tides around here. Demek has been unleashed and he's causing chaos in his own cloudburst. Brings out the shorty and puts Nero to rest. Amkar, all that remains, and he's hoping to clutch this for NOM. This would be perfect if he could, but the high-low and two different angles will not favor him. Demek completely padding up the stats in this round as they're one round away from closing out a pretty damn good half.
Yeah, it's a shame for NOM, isn't it? Because the push down A main was really solid. They get the spike, they get 2 kills, but the fact that Checkmat had the From the Shadows ultimate for Omen, they're able to just go and grab the spike and still commit to the B execute. And just there, if they had better guns, they're able to win out in a 5 versus 3 or whatever it was on the site. Demek is just absolutely unafraid of fighting them, regardless of whether they have a full buy or not.
Last chance for NOM. Last chance to close up this gap. And have the chance now on the second half. Demek using both Cloudburst. Dashes forwards. A glimpse of the chaos at the back of the site. Razis brings out the shorty in a close angle. It does quite a bit of damage, but not quite the finisher. Rare, desperate measures taken to try and draw it back, but Amka is in a world of hurt here. 1 versus 3 required.
Spike planted.
And honestly, nothing really to work with. Shocked up to his feet, insult to injury, dies by
Gone.
darts to his feet. That is a terrible way to fall.
Switching
8-4, Szachmat really show up this half.
Really good attacking side. I just worry that we're running into a bit of a trend with these last couple of best of ones where the attacking side is a lot easier, but now Checkmat might start to fall apart on the defense potentially. It's hard in the early days to get your defense protocols done. On attack, it's a little bit more straightforward. But also for teams like NOM, they're brand new. Like, at least they haven't played any officials. It was straight invited up until this point. So we are seeing like these invited teams struggling on the defense to begin with, but managing to pull it back into an overtime game. That's literally the last 2 best of ones have been that. I don't know if NOM's capable of doing the same thing, but we'll have to see. His Demek has just been horrendous to deal with, and Chester the same for an Omen player. He's an absolute nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, they've been super annoying, that's for sure. Let's see if they can be as annoying on the defensive. NOM made the mistake of being a little bit too intricate at the start and end up paying for it in a couple of instances. Falling by the wayside.
Completely open B site, isn't it?
That's been a bit of a theme, hasn't it? Where the B site is left vacant as mid control is more important for the defenders.
There's no Cypher utility, no Cypher at all for Checkmat.
Which could be difficult for these retakes. That was a real power for NOM to have. Paranoia expended early. And that might be troubling. But at least it's still traded equally so far. Bravo holding on, a very deep angle that yet to be quashed. Kozok and Chris getting it all done. Oh, it's uncomfortable as they all run out of bullets, but Bravo is all that remains, and he can't handle everyone at once. He's going to try and isolate, but Kozok is on fire on the Sheriff. So the pistol round win goes to Szachmat, continuing their streak of success on the defensive rounds as well.
Yeah, Checkmat completely happy to let that B site open. If they're going to flank with 3 players going in all the way around. Just good fights won. Kozok with a 3k with a Sheriff, 2 of which were headshot kills too. Feeling very comfortable. I think that's both pistols actually yet again picked up for Checkmat. Again, both pistols go in the direction of the open qualifying team, which is such a weird trend, I guess. But in the last game, this is where we saw formulation throw out like the bookies and turn things around for them. NOM not looking to do the same. Everybody's still on pistols.
Right there.
Should be a simple one by Checkmat, but really hitting double digits already? It's got to be daunting to look at if you're NOM.
Cover
I guess there's value to have played 5 matches prior to this game, 5 officials. Well, the debutants, NOM Esports, having a hard time adjusting. Although they have broken through. Paranoia. Oh, no. Sessa was looking down. Was that really... wait, Raz's fell? Is this on purpose?
I don't know.
Spike planted.
I think there it was because he was hit by the paranoia on a little bit of ground.
Well, that's on purpose, but...
Yeah. They just wanted to plant.
Do you get afforded orbs when you get a tag on them and they drop and you get afforded the kill?
Yeah, sometimes it counts as a, sometimes it counts as a kill.
Because I think that just did the final 2-1. So orbs will account to that ultimate collection later on. Double digits now for Szach Matt. Full set of rifles for NOM. This is do or die really for NOM Esports. Lose this and I think that's curtains.
At this point, the bonus isn't all that stellar from Szach Matt. It's definitely should be in favor of NOM Esports, who are looking again to just group up and go for a B, execute straight off the rip. They do have the Reckoning from Bravo.
Cover.
But it's where you place it. You're up against Chester that has a Bucky, has his TP so he can maneuver around the map if he needs to. But he's just playing within the smoke.
Cool. Okay, more of that, and Szach Matt are really primed to win this round. Demic, he's been so annoying for NOM this entire game. How do you even deal with him? And his mere presence is frustrating. Switches up the angle and still comes out on top. If he gets this kill as well. Okay, at least order is restored. Look, for Szach Matt, the guns aren't great. Only a Bucky nearby for Neffy to pick up. The Vandals all the way around.
Oh, he's got
Not
a
sure
wall.
if they really have the capacity to move inwards here. Recon available. NOM Esports should be able to have this. I don't think they should have too much difficulty. Kriz requires some magic to recover this. He is given a chance, a couple of them, but yeah, those quick scopes aren't really going to do him any favors. The advanced firepower from NOM is exactly what they need. Nero's had his fair share of Shock Dart kills, but they need a lot more than that. 3 have fallen for NOM. Not the best case scenario, but a round win is what matters.
Szach Matt did do them a bit of a favor there, though. You saw Bravo was about to use the Reckoning, but it was interrupted by the KO knife, so it means that he has it for this round available for the full buy. Here, it's like Demic took so much attention, like 2 or 3 players turned around to deal with him, but because those defenders over on the actual B site had such worse weaponry, they didn't really have enough about them to go and take pressure and really start to crunch on them. So Demic was just trying to buy so much space and time, but nothing could be done with it. Another B execute from NOM, but this time, 3 players ready and waiting to fight.
Yeah, Demic's been given solo responsibility over the A site, while 3, actually 4 players will be shutting down this B site. It's treacherous, and NOM, I don't think, have taken enough measures to deal with the defensive lines of Szach Matt here. 4 versus 3. I'm just curious, how do NOM Esports break away? There's a Hunter's Fury available, which is used. No tag just yet. No, there was one. So Rat is able to pick up the damaged player. 3 versus 3. Highly likely that NOM Esports will be getting the spike down. And Demic has now joined the fight. Operator. High ground. Nero finding a crucial kill, but Kozok is quick to answer. So still, thin margins. Demic. That recon will force him to drop. Teammate making noise. Amcar, that's the right line to follow. Demic's barrel will be visible first. Nero connects onto Kozok as Demic distracts. I think that round should be done and dusted. NOM needed that. They needed it so damn much. It keeps them in the fight, keeps them in this map, and gives them a real opportunity to come back on this attack.
Yeah, it just feels that if Demic's on the operator, you don't really have that going power. It was very slow, glacial from Szach Matt to actually push pressure and get in on the site. Even where they were retaken from, they were coming from the side, so it was hard to put high ground pressure because they were forced off of it. It's just really good stuff from Rare, gets a nice peek, and Nero with a 4K, his ultimate just created a lot of space to go for those fights at the same time. So really nice stuff from NOM.
Bit of a switch of approach. NOM looking to be quite speedy with their attack into the A site. And they go. All 5 players bunched up together, as we'll be looking at a 5v5 post-plant situation with Kozov looking to do damage with a Hunter's Fury. He's found a couple of tags actually, and the spike hasn't even gone down yet, and Szachmat are in close proximity. Sure, they've got pistols. Sure, this is not a scenario where you'd expect them to do all that much, but they have been dangerous on the Sheriffs, and Chris is illustrating why you should still be cautious. Amka close by. He's able to do a lot of spraying power, and a couple of Szachmat players are forced into a corner. I think NOM have done just enough to stay confident. No, what? Is this really a situation where Szachmat could win? Surely not, right? With utility still available, I think that's it, yeah. A couple of kills only handed over as NOM Esports clean up.
Otherwise, straightforward enough. Keep a hold of the operator on the attack too. Rares, yeah, started to really come online on this attacking side. Checkmat calling their first of the 2 timeouts they have available to them. Probably a good shout because, like, macro-wise, all NOM are doing is just full grouping up and deathballing onto a site. Mostly B, but this time against the Eco, preferred to have gone A. We're really curious on what the adjustment is going to be for Checkmat to deal with that. But also, if NOM now that they have a timeout themselves, are going to change up from just grouping up. If they're going to do what Checkmat did in the first half and start pushing mid a little bit more and trying to, like, split and find space.
Sure, some poking and prodding perhaps. Demek has been pretty good on the one-on-one, so maybe he'll be given more of that responsibility. Do you think a big reason why Checkmat are sort of struggling on those retakes is the lack of perhaps a cipher or some extra way to create space and find information?
It certainly doesn't help. Especially because NOM aren't running with a KO themselves, so suppressing and breaking some of that utility is really hard. Just sort of forces out some of the shock darts from Nero to maybe break some of the trips that would usually be there. But it's hard to say. I wouldn't necessarily say so. But I think it is just a case of, like, okay, if you're Checkmat, how many resources do you want to put on the site? Splitting like this, having 2 players on either side of the map on each of the sites is scary because it's, you know, those players go down. 3v5 retake is attempted. Even the 5v5 retakes haven't been working.
Sure. That's true. Starting to get troubling. Szachmat aren't careful here. They might be giving away the advantage they've accumulated in the first half. Bit rough around the edges, but the double up means that Razis is able to collect the pieces. He is low though. Kozak has done quite a bit in that exchange. Razis into the site, creating space, and Bravo takes advantage. 3v4. But look at those HP bars. Operator available for Demek. With Shorty in hand in case anybody is close. Szachmat need to approach. They're so careful. They're wondering how far forwards NOM Esports could be. So they're taking a lot of time. And this is just working in NOM Esports' favor. Because they can just wait, they can just chill while the spike is frantically ticking quicker and quicker. Cloudburst, giving Demek some extra space. Ramses, a little bit further forward. Zesta all by himself, TPing in the spike position. But there's 3 different angles you need to take care of in that angle, so yeah, too bad. NOM Esports are on the 8th as they've got a 4-round winning streak.
Really working in their favor. Another eco required from Checkmat. Demek at least having a Blade Storm is good, but yeah, it feels that when Demek is the operator, like, the pace of what Checkmat are able to do, whether it's aggressive or defensive, just slows down. He's the one that really the team rely on to get going before they can follow up. If he's standing in one place with the operator, you're right, it's taking Neffy way too long to clear some of those angles. He's using the KO knife for back sight because he's so late in clearing that position. And that's all the information they have to work with.
Talking about information, they did gather a couple towards the top of mid right now.
Right here.
Knowing that you've got the Jet and the KO lined up, you kind of can smell that something could break out. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. A lot of cautionary pings. NOM being very cautious. Careful. Don't want to be giving an earlier numbers advantage. Know that Checkmate would probably want to go for something risky, but Razits, clean pick onto Neffy. And things are slowly but surely becoming a little bit more comfortable for NOM as time goes on, but we are approaching the 50-second mark, and no real legway has been made to either of the sites.
Meanwhile, for Checkmate, their play is just really gambling on the A side, but also gambling on 50-50 crossfires and hoping that's going to be enough. The smoke is nice, though, on the attack, though, because it breaks up those 50-50 angles, forces them to adjust to it. 3 players now need to look over into that spot just to see if it's going to be the A site. But this should give them any indication it's going to be a B execute. And they couldn't be further away to rotate in.
Narrow. Super important kill. Doesn't give Zester a chance. And yeah, even though Checkmate might have blades, might have a cosmic divide, that is not something they're considering to use this round. No, blades are used. Never mind. Maybe they were used earlier.
They were used at the start, yeah.
Yeah. Either way, all you're hoping for is just find extra damage. Make sure that NOM esports don't have an impenetrable economy. Make them a little bit weaker on that front. Yeah, but they're not going to be able to do a thing. I think NOM might be running away with every single one of their rifles. And that's super, super important.
You just don't know where these rounds are going to come from Checkmate at this point. Only losing 1 player, but it's fine. You look at the money. 5k across. Is anybody going to die to the spike? No. Plenty of money to be holding on to. Some good ultimates, at least, for Checkmate going into this full buy. But now, a lot of these retakes that they're going for, so all of these rounds, the spike has been planted. Checkmate are like in a 3v5 in order to do it. They're sort of succumbing to what they were doing really well when they were attacking, of just losing too many players that a retake is not feasible.
Sure.
But also, to be honest, when it has been a 5v5 retake, they've been too slow in order to do anything anyway.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Really weird. Both teams managing to secure streaks of rounds on that attacking side. And seemingly no answers on the other end.
Yeah, this might be another timeout from Checkmate, actually.
Could be. I'm not seeing a grayscale of the screen, though, so I'm curious.
So it's I don't know if this is still a thing, but it's like, it's very awkward to do 2 timeouts on one side of the map. Doing one is fine, it's technical balls anyway, but I'll continue on. So like, you have to just say to the admins for the most part, like timeout, and then they would just pause it. So I don't know. In this case, technical pause doesn't really matter too much.
Too much at all. Hopefully it's one of those, issues that can be fixed quickly. We had a fair share yesterday. We had a player that had to restart their tournament client, reinstall it rather, so that took a while. We had someone that had a nosebleed. We've had mouse issues. That's kind of normal, really. What else did we have? I think we had another couple, but yeah, we had a fair share yesterday. Maybe today, today the start was a little bit more quiet. So this was bound to happen at some point. We've done pretty well so far. Yeah, second map in. We were talking about earlier, Ryan, that the teams that we've got in front of us today aren't really the ones that we're looking at as the biggest contenders for the title of Challengers Northeast. Maybe fighting for that 4th, maybe even 3rd spot of qualification into Challengers EMEA. These are kind of the newer ones, the ones that have maybe a year's worth of experience at this level, or maybe none, right? Making debutants at Challengers. And Checkmate is one of those teams. It's interesting to see what their level is. To be fair, Ryan, I think I'm positively surprised by most of them, right? There are some real fundamental ideas of how they want to approach it. There is character. Sure, there are a lot of growing pains, but nothing that can't be fixed fairly shortly. It's just that in this main Swiss format, they can only afford 2 losses before they're knocked out, right? With the 3rd loss, they'll be out and not capable of qualifying into playoffs, which is, yeah, a difficult one. Only 8 out of the 16 will be making it to playoffs. seems the issue is fixed. We're just waiting for a player to get back to their seat, and we'll be rocking and rolling all over again.
Never seen the bats before, actually.
That's true. Potential new plushie. Have you got any other plushies, Ryan?
No, actually, I don't think so. But I'm moving, so I don't really want to grab it. Don't want to have more stuff to take around anyway, so...
Yeah,
We're
that's
back.
fair. We're back! All players back in their seats and good to go.
A little bit worried about Kozak. He got ran over in this position a couple of rounds ago. But if he can find a bit of an opening, like this HAVU just creates so much pressure, allows him to break the door and not be contested all that much. Just pulls Kozak away. That means that recon dart isn't going to be useful for the majority of the map in this spot. Just has to be a little bit careful. Everybody else from NOM has backed off. Just left the Cypher over in this position and gone for a B execute.
Yeah, I think Zesta already knows what's about to happen. He hands the site over. NOM Esports giving it for free. Some important utility though for Szach map that could help them in this retake. Oh no. That corner from Amkar in mid. Yeah, that was vital. Szach map need kills and they need them quick.
It's nice from NOM here, actually. This position with the shorty is not going to be cleared at all from Demek.
Oh, it isn't. NOM continuously causing problems, causing issues. And Szach map can't find the answers quick enough. It feels like they really have lost the ground underneath their feet, destabilized. And NOM Esports are just running the show right now.
Yep, attacking sides. I mean, somebody will have to draft up how many attacking rounds teams have won and lost during this first round of BO1s in the Swiss stage. But I like this from Rare. That's just so nice. Two of them push up and get aggressive. One of them gets taken out. Okay, we planted the spike. I've got loads of space. I could buy time here. He just holds the corner. Gets a great pick onto Demek that I don't think has got a kill in however many rounds. He was blistering on the attacking side and now is just nowhere to be seen.
Even though the score is pretty even, it's been a NOM Esports show for this second half.
Look at the money too. 8.4k, 8.1 for Amkar and Nero.
And it's only getting worse. Sort of hoping for Hail Marys here. Neffy with a Bucky in hand. Let's see how much damage they could find. That's not too bad, actually. Not too bad at all. Maybe with more assistance approaching. I'm not sure who's fumbling the back here or if it's all being picked up again. No, the moment Szach are given a glimmer of hope, it's all taken away.
5 HP Kozak. Shock Dart, Sheriff, that's the only guns that both players from Kegmat have to work with. Both of them coming from the same position.
One way thrown by Rare, hoping that close angle won't be taken anytime soon. Instead, both Kozak and Kriz taking up higher ground. Drop heard, so you know one is a lower lever. The Shock Dart connects, that's perfect, but Rare's got the Vandal. Kriz has found one himself. He's probably going to ask Kozak to get onto the diffuse. Kriz, the adaptation. Szach mat win in the most unlikely of ways.
Thrifty.
A thrifty dub to maintain the lead.
Oh man, what a turnaround from Checkmat. We're pretty much shouting out their eulogy at this point, but Neffy, I think he ends up getting free in the end, 2 there, or at least people are able to trade off him.
I should probably play some
Good fights from Checkmat. NOM fumbling the bag, having too many players low to try and take those engagements. And the 2 initiators actually been massively useful for Checkmat there. Bring the lead back into their hands.
You know, if there was a broadcast where we had analysts as well, I'd be saying, good luck, analysts, breaking this one down. But we're also the analysts and casters, so I'm like, good luck to me. Here we go. Zesta popping off.
TP.
Amka's got the read behind. 3v2. Shakmat have got the advantage. They know where the spike is, so Demic knows people need to get close to him. Kozok gets Razis on the cross. They just had to let this game get close, haven't they? They just had to let NOM have a taste of what it could be like to get a win here. And then just throw it all right back at them. That's just not fair. That's just teasing, Shakmat. That is just simply not allowed.
We've lost where the Cypher is, though, and he's going for a crazy flank.
Surely
So
he
over,
can't win it.
yeah, he's watching his position. He's 17 HP.
Wait a minute. Yeah, the defuse is happening way too far away, and they know where he is, and there's no way he can replicate that screamer of a shot towards his opponent a second time. I don't know if they're allowed to BM here, really. I really don't think they should be allowed to do that. They lost 6 rounds consecutively, but somehow are still a match point. Oh, that is, I don't know, man. I really don't know how to break this down.
I also just didn't know where Chester was looking. At a point, he got the 2 kills, and then he's staring off into the horizon.
It was, wasn't he? Oh, man. What's going on?
I mean, the needed timeout for NOM. These last couple of rounds have not been great from them. Although I'd say that the start of that round from Checkmate was really solid. The recon dart, the ping through that allows Demic to get the first kill and a bit more damage. But the rest of these rounds and the engagements just going in crazy positions. It's just overall a nice, cute play from Checkmate to be playing on the defense. And the fact that it's Demic and Chester that are the ones that are playing off the back of it, that are finding success, shouldn't surprise anybody at this point.
Honestly, in the theme of Shakmat's name, this match has pretty much gone very much like my chess games. It's just blunder after blunder. You can see the evaluation bar going up and down depending on who's made the last blunder. You can see some pretty impressive moves here or there. You might get a great move by predicting something at some point, but well, evidently, the tide can switch instantly at a press of a button. A bit of a tech pause to give a little bit more of an emphasis to this final round. Could potentially final round, right? Because NOM could very much indeed gain the next 2 and take us to overtime. And that would be the second match of today to take us there.
3rd in a row as well from yesterday.
Yeah, it was the last one, wasn't it?
That's such a good sign, isn't it, right? That the first games are overtime best of ones. You've got all of the rest of the games, whether it's highs, lowers, mids, happening all across different post streams as well. It's going to be a good couple of days where you've got plenty of Valorant action going on.
Shakmat have actually switched up the approach. They're actually taking the fight to NOM Esports, and it might not be anticipated at all. Razis, I think he saw a pixel, so he's a little bit more cautious. Cloudburst thrown, so Demic could be given an opportunity to move back. Reckoning drawn. This could give an opportunity for NOM to fight this. Still, it's NOM to get out on top on this fight. They know that Sesto's around, so they've got to deal with him. Up into the smoke, shorty fight, but it's Red. Get the kill. He wasn't even seeing his opponent. I guess it's a spray. I guess it happens sometimes. Yeah. NOM aren't willing to give up just yet. Paranoia in Kozok's face. This allowing him to see. Chris, all that remains, but I think the story of this round is written already. As NOM Esports are going to draw us to a situation where another round win would mean overtime, but a round loss could mean the end of the show on Abyss. Unless Chris just decides to clutch this 1v3.
It's going to be hard. You got Red that's flanked all the way behind him. What a weird round. The aggressiveness from Checkmate, the Reckoning used pretty much out of the attacker's spawn. 2 players narrowly missing it because they're too deep inside the attacker's spawn. It was really good for NOM to deal with it, and I guess the Reckoning caused so much chaos that they were able to capitalize. But still, at the same time, it's just peculiar batshit rounds across the board. got to admire, like, Checkman wanted to change up the pace, but NOM were just ready for it. And I think it's especially cheeky to try to do that after a technical pause too, you know. Oh, technical pause is done. All right, we are running at you. Says a lot that NOM were good to deal with it.
The thing is, the way that Szach ended up with the previous wins, the last 2 rounds that have put them on match point, weren't because of these aggressive maneuvers, were just because of Hail Marys inside of smokes and such. But that might just work.
Oh my god.
That is snappy by Razes.
His head's hit
4v4.
the ceiling.
Yep. But it dropped with a bullet in its head.
Look at Razes now.
Oh man, they're not going to expect us, are they? How many good are you good for? Just the one is the answer. And even in a round like this, it's as close as it could be. 3v3, Bravo is low, but at least NOM Esports have got the spike down and the pressure is on Szach. Paranoia putting Nero Feather back. Now that's an interesting position to hold. Usually you don't want anyone nearby. Zesta, higher ground inside of his own smoke. That's going to deplete pretty damn quick, but they need to act quickly as well. Nero, not yet shown his ground just yet. The nebula is falling around him, so he's got cover. Zesta, quick to the react. You need to get onto the spike now. Cosmic Divide drawn. Chris knows where his opponent is, but Amkar is clean with it. And overtime was exactly what this map was asking for from the moment it began.
Attacking sided halves into overtime again. 3rd time in a row. And now it's a real test for both sides. None really feeling that they're in a comfortable position in any case. They're just a crazy late flank that comes in from Ankar going all the way around. Razzi's getting into their faces, causing as much chaos as they possibly can, and very clean from Amkar in the end to get the 2 kills. Really nice stuff, but I couldn't tell you who's going to win this map.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing, is there? There really is not. Last series, I think it only took a couple of rounds of overtime, right? So I think it was 16 to 14 score, or yeah, something along those lines. No, that doesn't sound right. Either way, Szach start things off strong. Now the aggressors. Red tagged. They know of his position. 4v3. Spike not really heading in any direction just yet. So a couple of feelers on either side of the field. Zesta towards the right and Neffy towards the left. But NOM uncomfortable to put 3 players to the defense of this A side. Chips in all one basket.
Especially here in the door broken, that's going to make you feel much better about this call. Which is whether Nero gets crunched on. And he's walking out with an Aldron in hand. What's he doing?
Didn't you hear that door break?
Cover going out.
I mean, it's hindsight for us, sure, we can see what's going on. Hard to judge, but Checkmate. I want away from Checkmate.
Switching sides.
Good grief. Getting this far to just see plays like that. Yeah, you're right. Like, hindsight gives us that ability to see, but you also mentioned that the door was broken. Like, Kozak going... Oh, sorry, it wasn't Kozak at all. Nero that was going onto that angle aggressively with utility in hand. And you know just how aggro that Demek likes to play. You don't know it's him, obviously, but you're not going to assume that they're going to break a door like that and then there wouldn't be any follow-up. His team is just pure follow-up.
Well, history has told us that winning on the defense has been the harder of the 2. So Szach might... I'm still having difficulty pronouncing it, and this is nearly the end of this match.
I thought you said Czech might, and I was like, oh, that's kind of good.
Oh,
Write that down, write that down.
write that down for next time. Brother first blood, though. Szach needs something, and they need it quick. Oh, dear. And they're not getting it. They're absolutely not getting it. The deep positioning of the defensive side was not the answer.
I mean, Demek's still alive, so Lord knows what that's going to mean.
Yeah, this is another round of OT if I've ever seen it.
The wall cutting off everybody, though, is going to force them to split up, and this has been what Checkmate have struggled with on the defense. Time takes too long.
Demic somehow gets out on top from that trade, but is all back against. Ooh, having the Harbor ult already available. Yeah, it's interesting. Well, either way, 13 to 13. It's what we expected, to be fair. After the first couple of kills fell into NOM's hands. I feel it's one of those situations that you win the defensive side, and yeah, that's going to be you winning the series as well.
Oh, you know what's going to happen. One team's going to win a defensive round, and then the other is going to win a defensive round and reset it. And suddenly, it'll just flip on its head.
That could very much happen. But neither of the teams wanting to give up. Both of them want to be at that 1-0 bracket here, the main Swiss of Challengers Northeast. Can they do it?
Rises
reset
off.
yet again.
Aldron used tags the Omen, forces Chester to TP out. I don't know if he would have known that the operator would be the follow through there, but the aggressive angle that Razes is on, even if he dashes out, I don't think he's particularly safe here. Oh, and the flash is going to bait him out early anyway.
Taking the angle again. Shooting Demic as he goes for the swing play. Updraft. Demic might have the better angle in this.
my
Both of them
God.
having the same idea, drawing out the shorty, but Demic is getting the best out of the situation. A 3v5. NOM on the back foot again. Attack being the best side for both teams. This seems near impossible for NOM. Although they've got quite a bit left for them. A paranoia, a well-placed one, and a pick could get them right back in the fight. Szachmat taking multiple angles. Paranoia eventually thrown. Nay, it's just a smoke to the back of the site. You need to isolate Demic here, but Demic has been quite a menace all game long, and that it will be again. Blades enabled for him. Can he find any more? Yes, he can. Oh, he's bringing on the fight to his opponents. Wants to do it by himself. He doesn't need to, though. He's done what he's had to. Kozak will clean up. Again, Szachmat. I think this is for the fourth time. Match point for them. Can they do it?
It was really nice team play to deal with the operator there, and Demic just puts Rezes in his pocket. The operator found no success, but the flashes and stuff to just keep him pushed back. Gonna put NOM on the back foot yet again, and a timeout is required, an extra one given for OT. And man, NOM were probably hoping that this first game wasn't going to be this hard.
I wonder if Szachmat can do it here. That would be quite a story. You need that defensive side win.
Just look how much red is in the scoreboard as well for the rounds. It's even worse as you go further along.
Right. And I think the way that most defensive sides were secured, I think 2 out of the 4 for both halves were the pistol rounds and the follow-up. And I think one of the follow-ups failed, so maybe a round in the middle for another. But either way, not many of them have been buy rounds. They've usually been weird, quirky rounds. So the ones that have been won on the attack have not been because of pre-planned efforts. Demic, exactly what was needed. They are very much aware of the plan, and they've got 3 players to the defense of this B site. Szachmat, this could be it for them. Bravo retaliates, but it might be a bit too late. NOM Esports fighting with every last breath they have to try and stay in this game, but Szachmat have had enough, and they'll be winning this series against NOM Esports.
It was a hell of an attempt for sure, and a good fight back from NOM, but it is like the revenge of the open qualifier teams for today with formulation and Szachmat being able to win these first games. It's a good sign to show that these upper qualifier teams do have the chance to actually contest some of these invited teams, the bigger squads that have been put together by like highly valued organizations in the region. It's a really good look. You're almost a little bit scared for Team Liquid Academy that are on after this.
You're right. That's a really a well-placed point there. But I think reflecting back on this series, although we've only just been talking about the attack, it's been a bit of a show of the Jets, hasn't it? I think it's Derek that has created a lot of space. I think you look at Razes as well, that has been responsible of creating these plays, initiating it all. I think a lot of focus has been put into breaking into these sites, provided what the Jets can give to the situation.
Yeah, for sure. I think Razes wasn't as high on the kill feed, but it was just a good sort of play to be able to follow around. Like, NOM set up really nicely on the attack, had some really good lurks and stuff, but you gotta say that like Demek and Chester for sure are the most like exciting players to be keeping an eye on. And I'm curious of what these guys can do on maps that allow a little bit more aggression and a little bit more freedom in places. Because Abyss, it's a hard map to play properly, especially for your first proper games.
Sure, yeah, and I think Szach are joining the teams that entered from the lower Swiss stage and continue to get a win with teams that got invited to the main Swiss stage. So congrats to them. It's a difficult feat to do, especially being considered maybe not the favorites in this situation. It's a close one, but they managed to get it done. We do have Unsigned versus Team Liquid Academy up next. A very highly anticipated matchup. Don't you miss it.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your sloppy heel talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay, yeah. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along, forgotten shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along, forgotten shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along, forgotten shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along, forgotten shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along, forgotten shadow. Better get it right this time around.
Well, that was a really long match that played out. Who would have thought it would take so long to get a best of one wrapped up? And look, we want close competition, and the series we want close competition in is the one we've got before you right now. Unsigned versus Team Liquid Academy, the first academy in this Challenger League. I'm looking forward to this, Ryan. What are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, of course. Like, I think Team Liquid always tend to look out for the best interests in not only Valorant, but just esports in general, right? Like, they're game changers teams involved in all sorts of different projects and stuff from the early days of Valorant. And we'll see when we look at the players and staff of this team. The Team Liquid, like, look after their own a little bit. So, like, this is, like, their project, so to speak. But there's a lot of stuff to feel good about. And unsigned, well, we're about to go over them shortly, I imagine.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. So let's bring the players up and see what exactly this team is made of. Obviously, this is just a bunch of players that come from grassroots, right? They've been around for a while at that level, but have never really had the chance to perform at this challenger level, right? So, you know, maybe we've got Chechi, who's got the most experience. Sorry, we've got Elio. I got completely confused there. My notes were just all over the place. We've got Elio, who's probably got the most experience out of the lot, you know, playing in that as well. And we've also got Bully, who's a returning North player, but the rest, completely unknown entity.
Yeah, I'd say like Bully's the most like recognizable for us. Elio's been on various teams that have dabbled as part of Polaris and beyond, but it is just sort of like a mix of group. You've got some Chippy Chapper players in there with Dayton, and a lot of German players as well. So it is just like a sort of mix of probably people that have been like doing 10-mans with each other or just been playing, meeting them in ranked, this sort of stuff. So it would be curious to see where this team setup comes from and who put it together. But yeah, it's sort of a mix of players that have a bit more experience and those that are just sort of making a name for themselves now.
For sure, for sure. Now, another team that is made out of rookies with not much experience at this level of play, it's going to be Liquid Academy. Now, what's exciting about this one, sure, it is the Team Liquid roster that has picked them up, but they've done some pretty damn good scouting, I think, and it's because it's mostly due to the players of Team Liquid themselves. Maybe Nat had a part of this as well, playing with a bunch of these, you know, coming across of them in their matchmaking games. And I think from, you know, doing a little bit of my research, maybe somebody would call it stalking. I went through their, you know, Twitters, and we've got some really interesting characters. Donatello, for example, loves posting clips of his matchmaking games, and you know, quotes on top of them. Things like bad boy, or I'm him, or I love my hands.
Okay.
So yeah, so that we've got that type of character, that type of vibe from their team. Yeah, but mostly we haven't really had we haven't had the chance to see too many of them. Maybe Ninja playing an East in the second split of East. Yeah, you've got Cooper, who's had most of the experience here, and I think this is what the team is basing the squad around. They're kind of focusing on him. But yeah, overall, we've got some characters in this team, which, you know, I think Team Liquid as an org know the importance of that as well.
Yeah, especially with like Cooper taking, like, from playing games with him, like he really does focus on like the 10-man high ELO players and playing in those kind of more coordinated settings. He was doing that pretty much every single day, like as consistent practice. And he's the most unique player in regards to his experience as a assistant coach and an analyst, as well as going back into pro play. Lotus is going to be the map of choice today, which I'm surprised it's taken us this long to be able to see it. Finally. Realistically. So it is a change from the amount of Abyss and Pearl and a bit of Haven that we've spotted. And I think it's like a good map for both teams to be sort of showing their stuff on. So you also have to add in for Team Liquid, they've got Bacon head coaching him instead of assistant coaching like he has been over the last few years. So it's a good step up for him. And like I said, Liquid look after their own. With Team Liquid moving in another direction in Tier 1, I'm glad that they saw Cooper and Bacon and went, we still want to use you, but we want you to find the next Team Liquid players for the future instead of us, you know, having to rely on picking up players like Nats, who was well known and probably very expensive at that point. They want to find the new and upcoming players to really be the stars for the future of Valorant.
I think you hit the nail on the head here. This is an academy team. The point of this team is to build up talent to potentially graduate them into the Team Liquid roster as the years go on. And sure, most of these players, I think, an average age of 17.8, but that's by Cupid being 22, bringing the average up. But most of them are around that 16-year-old mark. GSI is 16, Donatello 16, Rexone is 17, Ninja just turned 18. So most of them can't really play in VCT right now. So even if they qualified, it wouldn't really have mattered. But it's all about building that potential, giving them knowledge.
You get them in a contract early. You get them in a contract early. You trap them early. That's what you do.
Oh, contract jail and all. But yeah, you know, try and give them the best knowledge you can possibly with Cupid and Bacon. And maybe you can use also that knowledge that Bacon and Cupid kind of get to experience during this time and graduate them into Team Liquid further on. So I'm liking this. I hope more teams follow suit and do the same thing, because, you know, investing in the youth, investing in the young talent of this region is what we want to see.
Yeah, and also it's from the side of, like, if things aren't going well for the Team Liquid Academy, you still have people like Cuba and Bacon that are scrimming against teams in and around them and playing officials against teams in and around them. So if this group of players isn't the future for Team Liquid, you are involving yourself with the right, like Unsigned, for example. If Unsigned come on top here, maybe Bacon looks at some of these players and goes, I'm going to write their name down potential for, like, the future if we want to go that far. But for comps, interested to see the Team Liquid Academy going for the double initiator with the Breach. A lot of the teams moving away from just having flashes on this map full stop. But the Breach is on the side of Unsigned 2. It is just the Raze versus the Neon that is the main difference. And also the Killjoy versus the Cypher.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen throughout history a fair share of this type of composition on both sides. At least the concept, the idea, really, of how you want to be playing around. They're two distinctly different ways of playing, but you really need that initiating power to get you through some of these chokes, and that's exactly what both teams are going for. The attack is one of those that you need to put a lot of pressure on as well, so we'll keep an eye onto that and seeing who can do it better. Mind you, Unsigned have made it through the lower stages, right? They let me get the score out to tell you exactly how they did. A 3-2 record, so by the skin of their teeth, by the way, barely making it through. But again, a lot of teams that we thought could make it didn't make it, by the likes of Coalesce. So, you know, they definitely deserve to be here. And they've got names we know that are returning, such as Bully. Let's see if they've got what it takes to deal with this young and potentially feisty Team Liquid Academy.
Yes, for the setup, Unsigned looking to go fight for that A main control pretty early on. It is just Ninja that's over there. Maybe you could have the Breach stun that might cut across, but yeah, it's a real case of Ninja having to be a little bit careful to begin with. But maybe not, because Unsigned, whilst they're all grouped up here, cutting noise. Ninja baiting steps to run back, but he's not forced out any utility yet.
By the way, looking at the names, Team Liquid Academy gives me a real vibe that they may have got an inspiration from the Ninja Turtles. One of them called Ninja, the other Donatello. Gotta think that at some point. Still, Unsigned making the first move into the A side. Team Liquid vacate the premises. Apart from Ninja, he's been left here. The paranoia comes through, but Appa is not taken down because of it. Instead, Ninja is doing God's work on that site.
Let us lurk.
But it might not even come down to it, because Elio has done so much on the site. Bully able to read Rexone's position, meaning Unsigned go up 1-0.
So far, so good for Unsigned. Good space and aggression taken. Ninja does well to get a couple of kills here on the site. It was just like how they adjusted, right? Like they didn't really have too much information off the rip from what Unsigned were hoping to do. And now on this eco, just going to be the Marshall over leaning on the right-hand side. Maybe a bit of help from Cupid too. And 3 players grouped up on C, playing off the camera, seeing if there's a bit of a trap. Ninja not quite connected to Darkwind Jet, I don't think. But this scaling up has been already a bit of an issue for Team Liquid Academy to deal with. Ninja gets taken out through the smoke.
Indeed. Something you'll notice about all of these quote-unquote unknown entities, they've been ranked demons for quite some time. Plenty of players in this lobby currently have been in the top 5 of ranked in EU for you know, a few times. Some of them maybe have hit ranked 1, ranked 2, both sides. So be wary of this. It's a very good aim, and possibly Good individual fundamentals
Gotta go.
all across. Let's see if it sort of reflects in gameplay, in organized play. At a challenger's level, GSR. First of the action, you don't expect Team Liquid Academy to be doing all that much this round.
Spike planted.
Although, you know, there's a Marshall at play with Cooper. Trying to find a pot shot here or there. But yeah, no Unsigned have done a solid job of taking the site cleanly. Haven't taken a hint of damage.
Smoking off the choke to try and wrap around everybody coming from the same direction. At least some damage is done with Donatello. Breachstone is going to give them a moment to pause at the very least, but it's still a lot to do for kills in time.
Feed us in. One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Billy doing good to hold on.
Oh my god, the shots.
You know, a couple of kills isn't too bad, but, you know, I think 3 out of 3 rifles that were bought this round are still kept by Unsigned. So the best start I think this attacking side could hope for.
You could sort of just tell, like, Team Liquid Academy wanting to get a good read on exactly what's going on, how Unsigned are looking to try and play this. You got a few VODs to play from. I'm not sure how much of that was Lotus. But hey, it's just losing the pistol, something that all of the invited teams have had done to them pretty much throughout this again. So we keep sort of highlighting that. But now Unsigned, really just trying to make the bonus work. So if camera put in a position that you have to be a bit further up in order to clear it, or not quite spotting exactly where it was placed. The Breach at least able to rotate over for a stun, but whether there's going to be much follow-up is hard to know.
Well, that's a nice little pickup here for Ninja. Bully being the lurker in that position. Maybe overstepping his welcome as Unsigned look to breach the C sites. GSR, and not having used a single piece of his utility, he knows his role all too well here. This is his opportunity to help his team move in. Ninja did take a chunk of damage with the first exchange, but this is going to be an explosive retake, if any.
And the way the Team Liquid Academy have been playing so far has just been incredibly safe. Just waiting for the utility, waiting for the coordination. Unsigned are going to try and be aggressive with Hunter's Fury. Why not? Paranoia is thrown out a bit prematurely as Rexton's trying to get in some space. Hunter's Fury at least finds 1 kill, but it's a 4 versus 2 still.
Last player standing.
Ilya isn't given a chance, though. Dark will give it his best to hold on a little while, but Team Liquid, as soon as they get guns in their hands, they're a lot more capable, and they find themselves quickly around on the chart.
Yeah, much more calm. Like, you don't want to be panicking this early for Team Liquid Academy. You got some players with, like, tier 2 experience, at least on this team, despite them being young. But there's a lot of accolades on you now. You've got Team Liquid attached to your name. Even if it's Team Liquid Academy, that's a lot more pressure than a 16-year-old usually has to deal with. So, you know, you lose the pistol. You don't want to be falling apart instantly. So I really appreciate the Team Liquid Academy just being like, let's just play them as we've practiced them. If they're a little bit slow, that's fine. We're just going to make sure that we do stuff properly and not fall into playing like we saw the last 2 teams where it was super aggressive, very fluid, but not very well disciplined Valorant.
GSR with fault line ready.
Bring them down.
Yeah, that's the right moment to use a Prowler. Knowing exactly what's going on. Players very close to this. You can also see Donatello reacting this slightly. Taking a couple of steps back, trying to see if he can help out in Hobbit.
I don't like
He's
how...
doing a good job. Go ahead.
I just like how Unsigned have been so annoying around that part of the map. They've not postured for it. They've not used a lot of utility to take it. But every single time Team Liquid Academy have had to dedicate 2 players over towards A to deal with 1. Whether it's Bully, whether it's Elio. It's just a constant pain in the ass for Team Liquid Academy to keep on top of it.
Rexstone forced out. Good paranoia. Unsigned have been able to cross. Team Liquid aren't going to have any victims here. Nightfall will drop straight away. They're not going to even let Unsigned to get the spike down. Aftershock to delay the push a little bit. Dark getting some good work done. And it feels like Team Liquid aren't finding any answers here. They're going to need something and they need it quick. No more flashes available to them as the Breach and Omen are no longer to their disposal. Instead, they're going to have to do this raw. Team Liquid. Can they make it work? Disadvantage in players. Donatello is low, so that's going to hinder his confidence. Maybe that's all that what they have to figure out some information, but Dark has been on fire to the back of the site. Dayton also chimes in a little bit, but Unsigned not going to allow Team Liquid to get any streak of rounds.
Yeah, it's just when you pull the rotations over towards A and there could be a fast execute on C. Yeah, it's going to be really uncomfortable for Team Liquid Academy to go for these retakes, and they're not fighting on the site. They're waiting for utility, waiting to try and make plays off of each other. But in those little windows whilst they're waiting for cooldowns, too many of them go down. And so you end up waiting 10, 15 seconds for a recon dart to be ready or a fade haunt, and then you lose them, and then it's just, you're low on time, you need to go make plays. And Unsigned's post-plan positioning is really solid. They're not giving up an inch.
Playing like a unit, everybody covering their corners. I like that. We're back to an eco here for Team Liquid. Marshall in hand for Rexstone. As he's holding this angle, he will be stand-up tagged. And might become a target of Unsigned's next push.
Here.
But looking to smoke off the alarm bot, it is going to be hurt though. Dayton, a lot of the players are actually ready and waiting to take this fight. At least Cupid's able to get one. Donatello, showstopper if they're all grouped up. It's just whether you want to go for that kind of play. The paranoia is going to move him across. The stun is really nice as well. It might be worth following up on.
It might be. But maybe Team Liquid want to take a step back. No, instead they take 2 steps forwards. Rexstone here to hold the line, but Bully has an even better scope weapon than his opponent does.
30 seconds left.
And that should do it to allow them access to the site. Rifles picked up. Team Liquid not impossible. That's a good flashpoint here from GSR. Allows them to move ever further. But you've got to read these post-mark positions, and Bully is being such a menace with the operator. He's having a field day. Ninja's position is being discovered. GSR can't cross because there's a swarm of nanos in front of him. And yeah, there you have it. Unsigned seem pretty poised on this attacking side.
Yeah, raring to go. The attack up, like Bully, used it a bit last year if I remember correctly, when he was on NXT. Just not afraid to do some like unconventional stuff on the Sentinel. But knowing that you had Team Liquid Academy pushing for space over on A, really good proactiveness to go over towards C and find a nice pick onto site. Ninja actually deciding to pick up the up himself. This time he has company, 4 players from Team Liquid Academy leaning over to the A site looking to try and take that space.
A lot of ultimates now being, or at least showing up.
Break the camera on C as well. The Unsigned making a lot of noise that they're on either side of the map. Previously, they would make a lot of noise on A and then start shuffling over towards C, but this time, actually, lots of people grouped up. Sticking around on A, so Cupid needs to be careful. He's got a paranoia in hand, but nobody's there to follow up on it.
It's a bit of a preventive measure, rather, isn't it?
He's lucky, too, because he got fully flashed. He was running into the wall to try and escape.
Well timed.
Cage triggered.
But an obfuscation technique is being used here from Unsigned. Showing a couple of players towards the C site. And it does lure from the shadows, opening up this A site further. You do have Ninja looking towards the open location. He does have an operator in hand. He does get the first pick, but Unsigned are going to try and make this A site their own and get the spike down ASAP.
Apagula doing a really good job to close the distance, but Ninja's already adjusting and he's ready for it. It's just a breach on site. Solver and the Killjoy have to pass where the Raze is holding, and they managed to let them slip by.
And I think Team Liquid have finally felt online. They've held this round in their hands, read exactly what Unsigned were going for, and have no casualties because of it.
A good round in the end. Much different to what we've seen from Team Liquid Academy before, just having that many bodies over to fight for A early. And they didn't panic too much. They adjusted around the map nicely. Like this positioning from them, yeah, you have the Omen that's been forced to use it from the shadows to rotate quickly. But I do think that Unsigned were going to go for this execute if it wasn't for a breach stun that came in from GSR. But they were about to go, 2 of them got stunned, they decided to reset back. And the play with the operator for Ninja was actually a really smart one.
goes here.
Gonna be hard though with the ultimates available for Unsigned here though. Lockdown Rolling Thunder. Seems C is gonna be the direction. Donatello's had this showstopper for quite some time. Wants to use it here.
Whoa, okay. Not too bad from Donatello. He can't quite recover the second shot though, as so many players are flooding the site. Unsigned. Okay, I think they value this C site a lot more, and I think they're a lot more comfortable taking it as well. It's shown, and it's paying off yet again as they'll be collecting their 5th round.
Yeah, they're not really too threatened by the Cypher trips that are over there. Donatello gets a really nice pick, but just the off-angle play, knowing that more are about to come and fight you. It's unfortunate that he's not able to get one more realistically. But it's just like, if you can get one and then get out, like you put in Cypher utility up there, you don't want to be fighting in front of it because it feels like you're not really effectively using that utility to set yourself up. But if you back up, you wait for your team to rotate, you can retake with a showstopper. Maybe he just felt that he wasn't able to like get out, so he had to just stick the position and dig his heels in, but I don't really think that's the case. Attacking side reigning supreme still.
True. I hope not to the extent that we saw in Abyss before.
But that was 8-4. Unsigned win one more round there, or at least going in even.
Towards the end, it was a little bit more. Still early doors. Team Liquid very much capable of bringing it back. Team Liquid Academy, actually. Very much a different team.
Alright, they used the showstopper to fight for C main.
Careful now.
Well, Unsigned have broken into the A site. Rex toned a little bit too far forwards there, no one to assist, hoping he'd get a pick and get out, but he's succeeded in neither.
Right there.
A lot available here for Dark to try and delay Team Liquid. Rolling Thunder, most importantly. Unsigned start to win more fights. Ninja, even though he's concussed, is capable of another.
Full no scope.
Revealing area.
What are the winning case scenarios here for Team Liquid? They've got to get a pick and they need to get it quick, but I feel they're going to just try and find players on their way to rotation.
Saving
on the way
up.
of vacating the site. Yeah, going to try and save their guns. And they might be able to find a pick and these players dropping back. Yeah, that's just one. So 2 survive per side, but it's Unsigned to get the win. And the lead is just growing right now.
Yeah, it's just a little bit passive, I think, for the team. Like, well, not so much that round because you're fighting aggressively on C main. But that's not really the place that Team Unsigned would be putting a lot of that pressure. If you did that towards A, I think it'd make a lot more sense. But it feels like a lot of that utility that would be useful for the retake has been used early in the round, and Unsigned aren't showing too much. They're not posturing too much. They're just poking their heads out, seeing exactly where this defense is set up, and then kind of just running into Rexstone. Every single site that he's been on feels like it's been hit hard, and there's not really been much help for him, and there's not really been much of a shutdown from Unsigned executing there either. Turret is so noisy.
Right? Yeah, just letting us know it's there. But yeah, Team Liquid Academy definitely have a player behind the mic that could help in this situation. Bacon, who has been second in command of the coaching staff of the main Team Liquid team for I think 3 years now. Couple of years.
He gets to sit in the main seat of the timeout now.
Really interesting to see what he's got as the main boss, if you will.
It's a full buy at least still for Team Liquid Academy. More unfortunate side is some of those big ultimates that Unsigned had before, they still have a hold of. Rolling Thunder is the main one for Darkwing Jet, but you also have your own. Ninja's not too far away from having a Nightfall. Good to go. More of a balanced approach around the map too. They're not really taking much space on the defense, but they are spread out to deal and see where inside they're trying to fight for this space.
Cupid hoping for some random shots to connect. I think the plan might be clear here. Dark is putting a lot of tension to place his utility towards C. And it might be well placed as well, because 2 players holding it, both of them get hurt by it. Actually, no, Cooper is able to subside it, avoid it, and maybe be able to spray and get an odd pick. No, not allowed. And inside, crossing to C yet again.
Rolling Thunder's going to be in for the retake just as they're planting as well. This is much better, a higher tempo, and Donatello's not afraid to follow up. It's just Dayton alive. And the timeout already showing dividends, because that pace from Team Liquid Academy that we saw in that retake has been completely missing up until now.
Yeah, well, it looks like the recipe for success for Team Liquid is to get running towards the side before inside can get comfortable. That's exactly what they do. Rolling Thunder, Rexstone, Donatello both move in. And even though Dayton might have won 1v3s like this in competitive, but this is organized play. This is at Challengers level. And Team Liquid will be winning that.
Still got the operator. Money is still like good enough to have a buy. And Unsigned actually taking their own timeout instantly afterwards. Feeling that maybe like whatever Team Liquid Academy discussed there might have more of a hold on them in the future. But maybe there was something that Unsigned said in Team Liquid Academy's timeout that they wanted to continue on.
That could be. Could be indeed. I'm glad Team Liquid found the answer there, because there could have been a potential where Unsigned could have really run away with things on the attacking side. I think their economy was just on a knife's edge. So a well-timed victory to keep them well in the fight.
Yeah, honestly, it's like, if you're Team Liquid Academy, if you're looking at it from like a big picture area, it's like you have like Cooper as an IGL, but has been an assistant coach to some of the biggest orgs within Valorant. Bacon has been involved in Team Liquid from the get-go. You have 2 people that are really good at understanding the macro of the game. So I think that's where you want to be winning the matchup. You don't win them by sending these 16-year-olds to war and fighting like crazy duels like we saw Demek in the last game on Abyss. Like, you want to drill into them. Like, if you keep control of this area, you force them to do this. Once they do this, you do that. And it sort of feels a little bit like you're playing like League of Legends, potentially moving these characters around, but you don't want to sort of start playing to Unsigned's tempo and their tune.
Rexstone. Ooh. The moment he swang, he found a head and he popped it. Early advantage now for the Liquid Academy.
Reposition to be closer to just get the neural theft going. Dayton's going to show, at least briefly, and it's a nice setup for Cupid with a Paranoia in hand, ready to fight for some more space if they need to. But look at where Ninja is. He has the operator bearing in mind. He's over on A, really pushed up. Notice that the alarm bot is there, I think, at that stage. Bully's actually going to try and lurk into mid, where 2 players are actually keeping an eye on that B main choke.
There's an intricate macro game being played right now.
It's the right game. You can see how much it's suiting Liquid.
They definitely feel more comfortable about it, and their shots are starting to connect as well. Rexstone finding himself to the back of the site, and while Unsigned feel like they might have cleared it with the utility they sent earlier, think again because he haven't. But Unsigned is starting to shoot back here. Dayton with a double, and that's the way in. Cooper's left on site. How did he remain there?
Enemy remaining.
Dark needs to deal with him. He needs to deal with him quickly before his opponent comes in from long. But I think Cooper is played time perfectly, allowing Ninja to swing and give Team Liquid Academy the win.
Yeah, it's definitely, you're sort of looking at it at a point and you go, okay, yeah, Team Liquid Academy have this on hold, but Unsigned just exploding out in some of those fights and catching Liquid by surprise. Cupid looking a little bit rattled in a fight, sort of whiffing ever so slightly. But these are the kind of teams that you're going to be afraid of. Those that come through open qualifiers that beat some other pretty scary teams. Rexton does well with the 2K. But just that Omen Smoke and the way that they're able to carve up space. Cupid just been in this position full stop, saves the round as well. Dayton was not expecting him to just be right next to his teammate as he's planting the spike. But it's salvaging this half a little bit more for Team Liquid Academy.
Cover going out.
Appa having the drop back. That's a great paranoia. The Nightfall drop, so we do have information of how much presence is around. Hunter's Fury will be used to try and get the pickups as well. So one pick from Team Liquid Academy, and it's good enough for them for now. As the spike is dropped, and with the smoke dropping, Unsigned will try and retrieve it.
I'm going to say just how much impact Team Liquid Academy are getting out of the fade opping. I love this reclear. Fully gets spotted. They rat out this position that's constantly being lurked on. And it allows a lot of space actually now for Team Liquid Academy to start wrapping around Unsigned. There's still a minute left to rotate away if they want to. But I don't think Liquid's going to allow them.
No, and I think Team Liquid are starting to feel a sense of comfort here. This is all going their way, and when they're feeling comfortable, that's when the shots connect. 1 round remaining in the half, and Team Liquid are actually 1 round away from squaring things up.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, lovely stuff. You're sort of looking at it. Unsigned, I think we're 6-2 up. But since that timeout that came in from Bacon, it's been just a lot more comfortable. It almost, those first few rounds of Team Liquid Academy were just trying to get to grips with playing the game, the official, for the first time in a while. Especially for like Cooper in some instances. But now it's like, okay, we know what we're doing, we know what we're focusing on, we know what Unsigned are trying to do. This is how we play around it. And the last round is pretty much a half buy. It's a force from Unsigned because they can't afford anything else.
You know what's funny here, Ryan? I think Unsigned might want to think twice before using a timeout, because then their opponents can talk to their coach. That's something to think about. Here comes the overdrive. Appa successful in finding the first pick, although his teammate is traded. It's less than optimal buy here for the Unsigned roster, but Team Liquid Academy are looking to break through here. Showstopper doesn't go wide. I thought it missed the mark, but instead it had a different target, and it does connect with that. Appa, all that remains, and with just a shorty against the 3 of Team Liquid Academy, he didn't stand a chance. Equilibrium by halftime.
Yeah, 6 rounds on the defense, though, for a map like Lotus is pretty strong. We've seen so many pretty one-sided affairs with the attacking side so far today. It was looking that way for a little bit, but Team Liquid Academy bouncing back nicely. It can pick up the lead on this attacking side. It might be a much more straightforward second half for them. It's nice to see Donatello especially starting to warm up to the occasion, not afraid to go for fights, and the rest of his team pretty much being off the back of playing off of him.
Turn out. Placing swarm grenade.
Well, let's have at it. Can Team Liquid Academy close out with a pace that they close out this half? And if Unsigned can find some comfort on the defensive.
Yeah, Elio having to do this job of just holding the A site alone, similar to what we saw from Ninja previously. Unsigned actually sticking 3 players over towards mid, either for fast rotations or just to clear out lurks. Might have heard that a Cypher camera was put pretty deep up in B main. Actually more passive, I suppose, over on the C site. It's been smoked off preemptively. But look at where the turret is, and it's just a nano swarm as well. It's on the entrance as you're trying to go in.
Timmy the turret will be helping out as well, as Bully will try and find something. No. Completely disaligned with everything going on around him. But Appa. Oh, a double up. Maybe a triple, no. Team Liquid stacked the place together and are able to delete him. Still,
Right there.
is that enough? Spike to go down. Unsigned a patient. There's a flash available together with a shock dart. Could do some damage, not as much as they would have hoped.
Oh, the shock darts, though. The second one was a really nice follow-up.
I think the flashes may have come in a little bit early. They're not used perfectly here for Unsigned. They're going to have to take these fights. Dry peeking. It doesn't even matter, though. They get it done. That smoke is well placed, forcing their opponents to take off fights. And Unsigned will be winning their second pistol round on this game.
Yeah, Execute coming in. Abe Donatello finds that the opening, and maybe it's just the plant was late to go down as well. You don't have the pressure of time. Unsigned were ready to go in, throw a lot of utility, just get quite a bit of damage done in the end. But you're looking like Apagula just opening the door, able to get two, really catching Team Liquid off. Weren't prepared for it at all. And it might be another slow start on the attacking side, much like their defense.
Behind me.
Rex stoned. Might be in trouble here. No. Just has to drop back. Well, Team Liquid Academy are looking to push towards the space side. Paranoia not affecting Data. Crucial that he was able to keep his visual aspects strong, so he could shoot back in that instance. So Team Liquid don't find success breaking through the B side.
Everybody grouping up and headed towards A. Trap set up. Soon as Apagula finds contact, that flash is going to come in. But they do get that first kill, and it doesn't look like that Jet is going to get a trade or wants to risk himself for one. Oh dear.
Yeah, Dark couldn't quite get the pickup there, but this is the great position for a Bulldog to be in. It's just Classics on the other end, and that's a pretty damn long distance. Recon as well. It doesn't quite catch Cooper, but Data knows exactly what's going on there, and it's a full ace. Is that the first ace of the Swiss stage, the main Swiss stage of Challengers Northeast? I think it is.
I think so, yeah. Not the most exciting when it's up against an eco.
Sure.
But, you know, you'll take them. You'll take them for sure. At least a bit more damage done from Team Liquid Academy with the eco, but only a couple of kills. It means that the bonus, still... There's no plant or anything either. It means that money is still pretty good for Unsigned on this bonus, but a full buy is required from Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, the last third round of the half for Team Liquid Academy went pretty well, pretty clean in their execution, but now they need to do the same thing on the attack to get right back into the pace of things, and they are being quite pacey about it, quite noisy about it as well. Unsigned, though, have 3 players at the defense of this A site, and that's exactly what you want. Already dealt with one. Team Liquid Academy are looking across inwards. Dated, choosing to take another fight, and he's unable to take it for his own success. So now Unsigned are in a bit of a pickle as Team Liquid slowly look to take control of this game.
Still over a minute on the clock, so if Team Liquid Academy want to rotate away, they can do. They reopen the door. Secret hasn't been broken, and they're just cutting noise, either hoping for somebody from Unsigned to overpeak into this firing squad, rotate away to C, which is where they'd probably assume that they would go.
Yeah, you could definitely feel it's Cooper speaking, saying, hold on, we've got the advantage. No reason to take unnecessary risks. So they take the trades, they can do that. We've got numbers for days. Spicy! Any more of that on the menu?
I mean, everybody's lined up. Everybody goes to try to break the recon dart.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be.
Damn it. Opened up my appetite.
I mean, the one moment I think I was worried about was Donatello just running in onto site, getting taken out by Elio, I think, but at least it was traded by Ninja. It was just ever so slightly ahead of the rest of his team. Could have been one of those instances where they weren't able to actually catch up with what's going on. Has been the instant for Donatello, just an inkling too fast. But, I mean, Team Liquid is still ready to play off of it. Bit more time, you know how scary that's going to be.
For sure. It's one of the things you really need to get used to. And just a reminder, Unsigned had a lower Swiss stage to play, so they've played some officials already. They've got a little bit of practice in games of pressure. Team Liquid Academy, not quite the same. This is completely new, completely fresh. But they have made it into the C site unscathed.
The showstopper used to try and go for this. Spike still hasn't been planted. They're faking it out, which just buys time for the reset to come in. And I mean, these retakes are scary in a sense. A lot of utility still available to come in with this. Most people playing off the site now.
Each of the teams have a fair bit to throw at this. So it's not going to just be gunfights. There's going to be a lot of utility thrown in as well that will pay a lot of difference. Still a 1-for-1 trade. Although Unsigned seem to be comfortable on this site. Appa, all that remains. But the Nat with that overdrive is exactly what he needs. He'll get the defuse as well. Plenty of time. And Team Liquid got interrupted.
I think one of the things that Unsigned has over Team Liquid is just some of the ultimates that are being used. I think they're just getting more out of stuff like Hunter's Furies, Rolling Thunders, and there as well with the Neon. It's like the showstopper. We haven't seen Donatello be able to pick up a kill because when he used it on defense, he used it over on C when he was aggressive. Nobody was there. Used it on the C execute, and everybody from Unsigned backed up. It allows you to try and take some space, but it was like Team Liquid Academy took the space that they needed to plant the spike, but didn't use the fact that the showstopper can create even more for you. Try and be aggressive and take like, extra bits.
Take flight.
Okay, sure. Really, we'll be connecting with a pick out outside of C. The Team Liquid have a different plan to keep on increasing the pressure. Although to no success, Unsigned aren't taking any unnecessary fights. Again, Team Liquid, this is a necessary win to buy. It's a win. Just like Unsigned is, both sides struggling with economy. And we'll have to drop to an eco the next round. They end up dropping. Team Liquid.
Yeah,
they're going to push. They're going to push. Appa is ready for it, and so is Elio, but it's still traded equally. Team Liquid, though, can't afford for the equal trades as they are one player behind.
Paranoid cutting right across site does hit onto Ninja, who has to relax. GSR playing a nice little off-peak position, able to at least bring it on as even for now.
Last player standing.
Bully, all that remains. Outlaw, not the gun you would have wanted for this situation. And Ninja will take full advantage of that. Salvaged by Team Liquid Academy. Definitely right back in the fight.
Again, it was sort of a weird one with... So they used... The one nitpicky thing I think I have about Liquid Academy there is like you use the Nightfall towards Waterfall, but then you push up like CT. It's like I'm just thinking like, isn't it better to like have the Nightfall for the CT push at the same time so you can follow up on it? Like, I guess using the ultimate there does give you some space over on Waterfall that can maybe do stuff, but you don't know how many people are over there from Unsigned. Really nicely done from GSR though. Like the position that he was in was really tricky. He held his own. And Unsigned forced onto an eco. Have a Rolling Thunder, but probably going to save it for the next round if anything. Unless Team Liquid Academy really mess up here.
Rexound is left to his own devices, quite far forwards. Unsigned, though, know they need to take a little bit of a risk. So they bunch up their players together, all on one side. To their disappointment, the team isn't really, their opponents aren't really heading towards them. Instead, Bully can hear a lot of commotion towards C. Oh, it might be a change of heart. Team Liquid are actually thinking about this. They're going towards A, right towards where Unsigned would want them to go. But that's with a prerequisite that they can get some kills here.
Neural Theft is going to make it a bit easier knowing how many people are there and where exactly they're going. They're actually going to reset. Try and plant it over towards B.
I mean, even with a couple of rough sheriff shots here and there, Team Liquid should be able to get this without any problems. They've got every single entry covered of this site. Although Unsigned will try and make it expensive, why not? It's not like Team Liquid have money for days. It's a pretty good thing to do right now.
Very good. I think GSR was playing more aggro because he was one away from having his Rolling Thunder. But you look at the money from Team Liquid Academy, not the best to go in for. Dayton's doing a lot of damage. This is kind of winnable now.
I don't think he's got the time to win it, especially when he doesn't have bullets in the chamber with that one. So he had to switch.
Plenty of damage.
All kills. That's the best amount of damage they could do. Sure, they could have gotten the round win, but let's be fair. That wouldn't have been within the realm of reason. But that, I think that's the second base case scenario that Unsigned could get.
How much does this screw up this round for Team Liquid Academy? How much half armors? How many gun D grades would they have? Guardian for Cooper, half armor for a couple of players. Rexton using the Outlaw, sort of expecting that damage was done on Unsigned's side as well, that half armor might be punishable over on the other side. But Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, lockdown almost available for Unsigned. This is a good round that might break Team Liquid Academy's back.
Could be. Definitely could be. And Appa will take full advantage of that situation, getting a double. And knowing that now is the time to drop back as well. You've got the advantage, no more unnecessary moves.
Hunter's Fury actually going to hit right onto Ninja. He's not in a position to really be able to dodge it either. So, flawless so far from Unsigned. Just 2 players alive. The IGL of Cooper and Rexton. Where on earth do you go at this stage? Only thing you've done is 100 damage towards the Appa.
Do you know what I hear when I read the name Rex toned?
What?
The Tyrannosaurus Rex that is toned, you know, with abs and everything. I don't know why. I don't ask, but that's what I envision when I read that name.
TL Rex, yeah.
Not a T-Rex, TL Rex.
I wonder what GSR stands for as well.
30 seconds
Probably
left.
find that at some point.
Shadows traveling.
At least it's a good chance for Cooper to talk to the rest of the team. Just be like, okay, what can we do? Eco is required for them next round. Could even be a timeout potential for Bacon if he feels that Cooper's talking about stuff here, but he wants
10
to go over
seconds
something
left.
else. Doesn't like the call that's been made. You gotta say, this is Team Liquid Academy put under a lot more stress than anybody else I think that we've seen.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. And I think it all kind of began in this half where Dayton just destroys everyone with a Sheriff on an eco round. So, and even though they didn't get the round win, it completely took the wind out of Team Liquid's lungs.
Equal on kills now, actually, to Donatello, who at least has been a bright spark. Both him and Ninja have been like impressive so far on this map. But I think it's more how the team plays together across a big map like Lotus. Dayton immediately finding the pick onto Donatello, who is first dying a lot, and he's first dying quickly. Doesn't matter though, Team Liquid have still found their way in onto the B site, even if it's just with pistols.
Cupid's recovered himself a rifle, so now it's 3 out of 4 players holding a big gun. That's really useful. Rolling Thunder trying to disallow the spike plant. They actually end up getting a pick off the back of it. Team Liquid Academy, though, we've got other ideas. They've got the C sight in their eyes. And that's exactly what they're going for. Ninja turns around and brings things to a standstill. 3v3.
His position though from the Neon and Silver is good, just opening the door and going around. They do want to clear out where Ninja is. He was low HP, so it's a nice one. But look at where Rexton is going. Like, I like that play. I like trying to make something happen when you have a play at disadvantage. But you should hear the Eldron. You know that there's people coming in through Waterfall. And this is a good little, like, crunch position to be in.
It is indeed. Appa, overdrive enabled, dashes in. This time with the overdrive. Elio as well will chime in, and Unsigned are getting ever closer to picking up this Lotus map. For anyone that's just joined us, for anyone that's wondering what the format's like, this is a best of 1, but it's in a Swiss stage format, which means that if these teams get 3 wins against teams of similar scores with them, they will be qualifying into playoffs. The top 8 teams of this main Swiss will be moving onwards. So this is what they're fighting for, trying to get further up on that ladder. And Unsigned, a team that qualified through a lower Swiss stage, playing up against Team Liquid Academy, who got invited here, are pretty damn close to getting a step closer to qualification.
Means that there's going to be a lot of games happening at the same time over the next sort of 4 days. Lots of watch parties and stuff covering dozens of games happening at the same time, it feels like. But for the bigger games, the qualifying relegation ones, they have full best of 3, so it doesn't feel like it's entirely random. Gives a chance for Team Liquid Academy if things don't go well today. There's still plenty to work on.
Gives you time. I mean, this is the first official they're playing. By all means, this is not an easy situation to be in. This is the debut for many of these players at any organized tournament play. Like, they've been ranked demons up until this point.
Placing swarm grenade. Turn out.
Usually timeouts are fared well for Team Liquid Academy. Bacon has spoken words of
They've
wisdom.
only had one. You can't make it sound like usually. They've 100% win
Fair,
rate, sure,
fair.
but just once.
Probably should have just said up until now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is a good rolling thunder. There is at least a little bit of information to work with, but Dark Windjet, but Donatello throwing himself into the fight. Does Elio get cleared out, though, is the real question. Or whether Team Liquid go in this direction at all on C.
That's true, because they have stopped for a second to think, to wonder what could happen. They do put question marks on the map for Unsigned, though, opening the door. He'll be wondering if he wants to turn around, but he can hear a lot of movement going on. And sure, they've got every single one of the Team Liquid players looking exactly right at him. Now, the A site is exactly where Team Liquid Academy want to go, and only Bully is there to defend it. Appa rushing to try and assist. Bully is completely stunned. This is as perfect as it could be, but somehow Bully ends up with 2, which makes this fathomable for Unsigned. Appa is now joined. Can he buy time for Elio to come? He needs to get a pick to make this doable.
No.
Oh, they line up for him. And just like that, Unsigned turned the tides 1 round away from making Lotus their own.
Oh, it was just, again, like Team Liquid, the rotation, the way that they dealt with it. They were at a 5 versus 3 and they still lose because Bully was able to get 2 with an Odin. These positions not really being cleared. The scaling just a little bit off. The information lacking. But it is hard to keep track of some of these unsigned players. Apagula was pretty much at the bottom of the kill feed for the majority of this map. Now he's climbed all the way to the top.
Yeah, this momentum has been swinging to and fro. The Team Liquid Academy are going to have to put their faith on 3 Guardians this round. Bully faced up against the onslaught of players. Dayton is the one to step up, massively so. Numbers advantage for Unsigned. Spike in no man's land. Door opening, Appa increasing the pressure. You really don't need to go aggressive, but Unsigned don't play like that. They want to go in. They want to go in for more. They're hungry, but they might be fumbling the ball. Elio somehow salvaging it, but it is a 1v1. Ninja and 4 points of health, but it's Elio to close it. Damn, it got close, but a 13-9 score will put Unsigned on top with a 1-0 score in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, just awkward, I suppose, for Team Liquid Academy with how that map went. To be able to bring it back to 6-all on the defensive side is strong, but then it was the attacking side that felt like it was lacking. And just too many fumbles, I think, overall. But that is expected when you have a young, like pretty much average 16-year-old squad playing together and just trying to find out what works. It's good practice, and that is entirely the whole point of what this Team Liquid Academy team is built for. There's still plenty of chances to bounce back, mind, but it's not starting off in the best way as you'd hope.
At this age, these players are like sponges. They'll take information, they'll take experiences, and try and improve with them really fast. So that's what we're looking for, to see how quickly Team Liquid Academy can grow. And I think Unsigned fall under the same premise here, because they are also young and unproven, and they've got a lot to learn in this stage. Sure, they don't have an organization backing them right now, but you know, the experience they've accumulated in the lower Swiss against, you know, some challenging teams as well has given them enough to be able to deal with Team Liquid Academy right now and have put them further up. I do expect the field of competition to get a lot harder for Unsigned going onwards. It's going to be a difficult one given how dangerous the teams that have made that 1-0 score in the Swiss are right now. So yeah, it'll be a harder one, but you've got to give kudos to them. They stayed strong, they stayed resilient, and were able to come back in moments that were exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and it's not too bad when you consider the fact that all of the close qualifier invitee teams today have lost so far. So Team Liquid is amongst a group like that, and there's plenty of chances to be able to like come back in those ones. So yeah, you're right. Unsigned, I think, is going to struggle a little bit later on, but like it was a promising map. It had good macro and a lot of like mechanically strong teams to be players, at least on this team, to be looking at.
Well, that was just the 3rd out of the 4 matches that have been played out today. There's one more coming. Stay tuned, because ESC Gaming are playing against Pixel Luminous. So stay tuned for that.
wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead? Or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no hunger beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy, try fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church, but somewhere you end up making last forever. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no hunger beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst. PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beach. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. Right after we're done.
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground. Underground, yeah. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground. You're all I need. You're all I'm. You're all I'm. You're all I need. You're all I'm. You're all I'm. You're all I need. You're all I need. You're all I'm. You're all I'm. You're all I need. You're all I'm. You're all
Hello folks, you're watching Challengers Northeast and it's time to get cracking with the fourth match of the day and the last one in the main Swiss of Challengers Northeast. It's going to be ESC Gaming versus Pixel Lumina to take the stage as we'll try and figure out where these teams are starting to rack up against each other, what the standings will start to look like.
Yeah, and we're sort of looking at it a little bit more of like one more closed versus open team, then things are going to start to get a little bit more meshed together in regards to who we're seeing play who. But I think that like Escape as a signed team, like as a closed invitee team, have a lot about them when it comes to players, and a player that actually I briefly used to coach, so that makes it even more unique.
Oh, okay, cool. Nice to have that little fun fact. That is going to be interesting. So let's just take a look at Escape Gaming then, and yeah, look at the players individually as well. Out of the two rosters, seems like the one with quite a bit of knowledge behind them. I think both of them have a bit of knowledge behind them overall. I don't think it's like the previous match with a lot of rookies overall, but yeah, you've got players, you know, with experience in East, with Beast Mode, from challenges of Hong Kong and Taiwan with No Man, you know, one of the newest prospects of Eastern European Valorant with Lovejix, and yeah, I think this is. Oh, yeah, of course, we've got to have a Turkish core that will be headlining for this Escape Gaming roster. Overall, I think it's a good match of teams that have had strong potential at the top tier of challenges, and I think could pose to be quite a threat for this season.
Yeah, so it's No Man that I briefly was trialing for Attack and Soul Esports, and then he went on to play for Rare Atom and was one win away from actually qualifying for VCT China this year. So sort of like Hong Kong UK national, like lives literally like 30 minutes away from where I am now. So
does he?
it was good. It was good to sort of support him during like Ascension and stuff, to see him back here. Like, he's definitely a player that has surpassed that kind of like tier 3 level in UK and Nordic, which is where he was before, to now sort of being on these kind of teams. I think the biggest curiosity I have is like, who's going to be the duelist? You've got Rust, that was well known on Supermassive Blades for being a duelist, but has moved to more flex picks recently on like previous teams of last year. But then No Man's also being able to play that role, but can flex if needed as well.
Indeed, indeed. You know, they've got a lot of roles, a lot of players that have got that flex capacity in this roster. But let's have a look at Pixel Lumina as well, because you also got some names that have got challenges experience, but this time mostly from East, right? You've got the Polish core with some Hungarian elements here or there, and they did get through the lower Swiss stage with a 3-1 record. You've got to look at BZT first, being the IGL of this roster. I think what's very notable about a couple of these players, including BZT, is that in the last 5 years that they've been in the Valorant space, they've been in many teams. BZT exactly has been in 11 different projects, 9 teams overall, but 11 different projects, which I think is quite a lot. That's a lot of moving around.
Yeah, and I mean, one of them was Nemo DM, which I think won the first proper tournament we ever had within Valorant. So BZT's been around since the very beginning, but you also have like Maniac that was at Ascension with Barca Esports and stuff, and also Simply that was on like the Hungarian Lithuanian squad. I think it was Hungarian mostly, that team. So there's a little bit of like crossover there in those instances, I suppose. So it's like you got some players that aren't as well known, but a very experienced team to say the very least. And this is really surprising. We're going to Fracture for the best of one.
Oh, I've missed casting Fracture. I don't remember the last time I have done that. It'll be cool. Ever since it's been back, I haven't been able to cast it. So this is a pleasant surprise. But yeah, talking about this whole Pixel Lumina roster, you can take each and every player individually and see that there's a lot of experience there from all over the place. And yeah, this is going to make for an interesting match. I think the narrative of the previous matchup with Unsigned and Team Liquid Academy has been all about the rookies, all about getting experience at this level of play. These teams have it. It's all about leveling up from what you already have and competing for the top spots, competing for Ascension. And yeah, I think there is potential to see that both sides have that. Mostly, I think it's ESC Gaming. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like it's actually a really strong team of players, but I don't want to write off at all like the other team with the experience that Pixel Lumina have available to them. So yeah, on Fracture, you're definitely throwing it up in the air a little bit too, as a map that you're not really probably expecting to play in the first couple of games of your best of ones.
True. So Fracture will be the map of choice. I'm glad we've got a bit of a switch up. Right, today has been, we've had a plethora of maps. So
every map's been different, yeah?
Every map's been different, right? Completely different from yesterday where we had 3 pearls. Yeah, so that's cool to see, of course, for this one. What do you think is most notable here for these teams, Ryan? Because obviously Pixel Lumina, you know, have gone for a bit of an East approach, and then you've got ESC Gaming have gone kind of an international approach, try and get picks and pieces from all over the place. What's the theory picking up these individual players? How do you create a project like this? Like, for me, it's so difficult to just think of, okay, we've got this player from there that plays this role, this player from there that plays this role. I know they're all pretty good, but how do you know they will actually end up gelling as a 5-man?
Oh, I mean, it's hard. I mean, for Pixel Lumina, it's a bit easier, like, because you qualified to get this far. Like, it wasn't a case of just going and seeing what you can iterate on. But yeah, for like Escape, it's just finding the right players that fit the mold, really. And if players have got experience playing with each other at certain stages, that's going to be helpful. So for Pixel Lumina, the first thing that stands out is the double sentinel with the chamber and the vice. They're going to be attacking first, which makes things a little bit harder for them. The only initiator that they have is going to be the breach. And for Escape Gaming, looking a bit more normal and natural when it comes to their comp.
Sure. Yeah, tried and tested. What we know, but obviously with Vice being out, you know, some reps on Fracture have definitely been there. And yeah, Pixel Lumina have played in the lower Swiss stage, so they do have the official experience, something that ESC Gaming haven't had the chance to do just yet in this iteration of the roster. We do expect some growing pains. I think the only teams that we were like, this looks clean, were probably Metasport. I think they looked pretty exciting for what they were.
Z10 as well.
Z10, Zero Tenacity, they were also pretty damn impressive from the get-go. A lot of important projects taking place. I think this year, this region looks stacked with plenty teams, and I think we are looking forward to see if either ESC or PLU will end up being amongst those teams in contention for the title.
Yeah, it is Pixel that are attacking first, as we sort of mentioned. The setup for ESC, is it ESC or Escape?
I'm not sure. I think I've been calling it ESC, but it could very much be Escape.
Regardless, like they're...
Regardless.
yeah. They're setting up the breach done over on A. Killjoy turret's going to be in that spot, and no man actually holding in the tight line over on B long. Not really too much movement. It was just setting up the turret over in A main, and people actually rotating away from the looks of it.
They are. I feel like Fracture is a lot like a dance. A lot of maneuvering is required. And from the attacking side, it'll be an interesting one. A side breached into. A double-sided approach to it. The Nightshade holding on to his higher ground for now. Zalmo's posted up quite close to him as well. That's a bit of a surprise.
You're not going to
be able to clear it.
You're not going to expect a Vice here of all things. Now you are, because the Haunt actually hits and just connect onto them, but they're able to kind of sneak out.
Meanwhile, Escape have taken a lot of damage in the process, and PLU are able to get a lot of damage through as well to finish off the hurt players. Only Beast Mode and the Nightshade are available to do anything, but Almo cleans up with a triple kill, and it's a flawless to get things started.
Yeah, hell of a lot of movement there. ESC didn't really look like they were sure on what they wanted to do there. It was just setting up the Killjoy turret, people rotating away to sort of stack on B. Just a little bit slow to adjust, and trying to retake on the A side all from like defender spawn is kind of impossible. You need to have some of these flanks going on. You need to be taking high ground on Dish. You need to be trying to go in around A main. Most certainly taking that space on sand by the automatic door. Just kind of felt like ESC funneled themselves into easy to fight positions for Pixel.
Pixel Lumina, although they've decided to push B, Escape are also going for a bit of a lurk themselves.
Yeah, BZT can't fight that. He's only got a Sheriff and he's got the Spike too.
6 goes in for the push, but it's BZT to end up with most of the kills still. It is one-sided. And it's the pistols to do most of the damage. That's a surprising factor. You know, you do have a second round where you've got rifles available, but it's the pistols that do it. And it's the Nightshade that is left all to himself in this 1v4.
I'm up the Steel Garden a little bit for Almo. The 3k in the first round means that it's pretty much well on its way. Might even have it for the bonus here. Probably why Pixel Lumina are holding off on planting the spike. Just send them to pick up as many orbs as they can, then plant it. It's really not too much that Nightshade can do. In fact, financially, it might be better for Nightshade to just try to throw himself at
30
his
seconds
opponents and not let Almo farm up all of these orbs.
Yeah, this is going to be a simple one from Pixelumina. New name, by the way, for the Challengers ecosystem. Only this year introduced. And yeah, they've managed to make it into the main Swiss already. That's quite an achievement as it is. But they weren't coming into this project with low expectations. They knew what they were getting into, given the roster they managed to build. Players making Ascension with the likes of Maniac, top 4 finishes. Is the Nitro really doing so much damage? Hello? I thought this was done and dusted. I mean, it is. There's not much time to defuse, but the Nitro gets every single one of the players.
Yeah, not quite got it, but
No.
scared them.
What is going on? By the way, production has just made us aware that ESC stands for Esports Center. So it's, and they call it ESC. So that is what we call it.
I wouldn't know how many
Apologies
times
for
I've been
getting it wrong.
asked, or just been, people have said that their escape.
Thanks.
It's just too easy. You can't do capital
is, right?
ESC and expect me not to think
No.
escape.
Just look at your keyboards, everybody. I mean, I'm sure you've got one in front of you. ESC, top left. That means escape. Well, not this time. Not this time. We're being trolled. Being trolled. All right, guns on the table. Ultimate start to appear. This is where the real fight begins.
Is read well from ESC though. And that the Steel Garden was coming, everybody's backed off the site, but has to play retake on B. Look at where No Man is though. He has the operator for the anti-bonus. And he can't really go and flank all the way around because you do have device wall pretty much outside of A main.
Planted.
So it gets tricky. Yet again, ESC all forced to rotate and retake from the center of the map.
Let's see if ESC can break through. Finally throwing something to the back of the site. It's the paint shells that are able to find Almo. Nightshade starts to break through. And he ends up doubling up as well. Pixelumina really struggling to find any pick, but Simply holds on, and that's a triple. Make that a quadra! No way! Simply saves the day that easy.
It just looks so out of sync from ESC, doesn't it? Just the way that you got no one trying to like just even tap the defuse and Simply peeks into everybody. Nobody was really aiming or ready to fight him, peeking from tower of all places. So yeah, this has not been going well for them at all. A little bit easy to get on the side. This was like a good start in the end, but this is just, nobody's really in a position at all, and it's quite easy for Simply to just break that, like, slice the pie, 3 different fights, 3 different kills.
I don't even know, it's a bit of a nightmare for ESC. It's really a big blessing for Pixelumina, because it helps them really produce quite a big lead at this attacking side very early on, build an economy. This is massive.
Giving Simply a lot of money to work with too. As the operator on attack that I think he picked up from No Man before. Although we've already seen the eco round do some damage from ESC. You look at the money from Pixelumina, if they lose this, they'd have to eco as well.
That's true. I mean, remember the second round where
yeah, exactly.
Everybody from Pixelumina died, so it's not like they could hold on to too many rifles for the past few rounds. They won the first one. They won the last round. That was kind of a saving grace to their situation.
Might be the same play as they did on the last anti-eco. Just getting the orbs online, this time probably for BCT, as he's 2 away from having the Rolling Thunder.
30 seconds left.
I'm obviously using the Steel Garden last round, so it's quite a way away from it. Just trying to get some information over on the B site. The A execute's coming in. It's been pinged relentlessly by Nightshade. And it's the same old thing of just 5 players all coming from position. Really, ESC have not attempted to try to take space from the attackers. You can't do that on this map. You've got to fight for B main. You've got to fight for Arcade. You got to put those pressure in those areas that the attackers have been given for free.
One enemy remaining.
Well, this seems like a very simple and quick endeavor from Pixel Lumina as they clean up this round, bring up the mops, and make everything squeaky clean. 4-0 for them, as it's time for ESC to get right back into buying ways. I did see the lockdown on the night chat previously, and I thought if they get a pick here, they might be tempted to use it. But yeah, the pick didn't come in time. They were only good for one on that return.
Thanks.
It's not to say that BZT doesn't have a Rolling Thunder to retaliate, though.
Rip and tear.
Really, it's just ESC getting on the board that's the problem. It's a hard map. The setup is better, just trying to crunch for the high ground. You sort of know that they're making pressure, making noise over towards B, holding on to Arcade, and retaking from the center of the map. Defender spawn is so much easier. Almo just finding a pick, trying to get a little bit more. Hey, Nitra as well. Like, there's no like trading or fighting together. It's just isolated fights, one at a time.
Oh man, and another one. Yeah, ESC are having a real hard time here to adjust. Pixel Lumina in their comfort zone. And it's like I think you alluded to earlier, Ryan, Fracture can easily get out of control for some teams.
Everybody's trying to shuffle across, save these last two guns. Pulling from the use from BZT Maniac away from the showstopper. That's the one thing that this comp does have for Pixel Lumina. Really nice ultimates that you can just rotate for good executes. Maybe the one that doesn't fit is the chamber, but having an operator whenever you can get it is always going to be handy. Especially when you have a team that are consistently taking fights one at a time.
Yeah, not many survivors either. Just Russ having to buy a Vandal straight away. Okay, timeout here for ESC. Time for some serious talk. Because this game is actually falling out of their hands very, very quickly, slipping through their fingers.
How do you even begin though? That's the thing. Like, I feel like the one main area when you're defending is you can't get stuck in just with no control to try to like pincer them from. Like, if you can hold on to Dish on A and they go for an A execute, it's easier to fight that, it's easier to retake that. But we've not seen it all ESC like have players in A main and then it's a B execute, and so they run through the attacker's spawn in order to get there. Like, we've not even really seen them work out where Almo's put in these vice walls, for example. He's switching them around from low ground to high ground depending on where Pixel Lumina are defaulting. But how would ESC know that if they've not really encroached on their opponent's side of the map?
Yeah, that's very true. Very, very true. It's a tough situation to be in, that's for sure. And economically, it doesn't give him any solutions for this round. So, a buy on a couple of rifles, while the rest hold with hand cannons, the sheriffs.
This is the one area of the map that we've not seen Pixel Lumina do too much on towards Dish. You got No Man that's backing out. Lovejix that hopped up, took a couple of shots and backed out too, just trying to make a lot of noise. But this is what you want to see. Okay, we're being pressured a lot on Dish. Let's go take it and fight A main.
Yes, sir. For the first time, it is going to be Pixel Lumina getting first blood, but it's not without the return. They'd hope for a lot more than this. But yeah, Pixel Lumina says a big no to that. Some opportunities were created with the Sheriffs, but it's just not enough. With a spike down, the 2v3. Look, there's a lockdown available. This is not impossible.
And two guns. Like, one of them is a Guardian, but it's better than nothing. And it is Russ with it.
There.
And they're going for it, because they know there's a buy coming next round either way. The pick needs to be collected here by Russ, and it is. Maniac deals with the cross. All down to Russ. Can the Turkish lad get it done? The 180-degree cross is not one that he can handle, which allows Pixelumina to continue with their streak. 6-0. Sure, that was damage done by ESC. They didn't invest that much into this round. It's positive signs, but we need to see a round on the board.
Especially now with these ultimates. But you're right, like it was so much better from ESC. The map just was much more available to them. They forced out a showstopper when they're on an eco as well from Maniac. You can't really complain too much about that. The issue is you have these ultimates that are a lot more coming online, but so do Pixelumina. They do have that orbital strike almost ready for the Brimstone, and plenty of orbs to grab up to confirm it for this round.
There must be a sense of urgency about this now for ESC. But Pixelumina are the aggressors, and they are the ones controlling the pace. And they're the ones also to find the first kill of this round. They've completely breached the A site, and ESC are here to play retake again.
At least No Man's in a good spot now to try to open up space a little bit more. Nitra is slow to rotate, and they're probably looking likely to play around the lockdown. Whether or not it gets pushed or not, Nightfall is going to be used. An orbital strike is a response.
Yeah, the smoke faded, so Manik was able to find the advantage on the kill against Russ, but No Man is able to trade it right back up. 3 versus 4. Pixelumina lose a few players here and there, which have left it to a 2v2. Almo trying to fight quickly, the Nightshade, he's read it. He's holding the angle with the operator, and finally ESC will be able to make their mark on this defensive side.
Yeah, they can just get stuff going. Like I mentioned, you just have a lot more freedom to work with. And just a couple of those kills bring the stuff like the showstopper online. They didn't need to use the lockdown. But again, it's still the start of the round. You lose beast mode pretty much for free right at the start. And then this whole like debacle with the smoke going down, just being caught out in that position. Luckily, it was really nice cleanup. No Man getting a nice free K to just get started with his work on the Raze. Right now, he is kind of being diffed by Maniac, who's showing up massively on the Raze on the other side.
Yeah, and it's No Man that nearly made it into VCT, right? So, tough one. You've got pedigree that you need to boast, right? You need to prove that you can reach those heights again.
But also, it's been the topic of today, hasn't it? Just like the attacking side being stronger than defense. So it wouldn't surprise me if like ESC really start to do a lot more damage on the attacking side. It's just whether it be too little too late. Like defending on this map for anybody is really hard, never mind in a coordinated effort against good teams. And good teams that have played this map to qualify for this very tournament.
Yeah, Fracture's a different beast, isn't it? Maniac, can he read the position on time? No Man is able to pick up the first one, but he's dealing with way too many here, and the Aftershock is going right after him, but he's able to subside it, and Russ reveals himself from the heaven sticks. Just try to get the pick, but you see you've got 3 players holding this line of fire. Given the spike is directly in front of their eyes, they know this is the game plan. This is where you hold. And while Beast Mode is busy towards the other side, suddenly Pixelumina turn this whole script around.
Steel Gardens. Oh, Beast Mode able to just get a kill beforehand before his gun's jammed. Nitro is so far away again, holding, expecting that it's going to be a late lurk. Beast Mode just has to survive, able to do so until his gun is back online. There is a lockdown available for Nitro. He's just going to throw it down. The spike has to get planted at this point. But the lockdown isn't deep enough that it's not going to force these players really to do anything.
No, you sort of know in what line they could be once the lockdown, you know, commences. No one's detained, but the Nightshade is able to find the opening on time. The Nightshade doubles up again. The saving grace for ESC as they double their round score.
Yeah, it was a good gravity pulse as well that came in from Beast Mode right onto that doorway of tower. Coordinated well off each other. Now we're starting to see things working for ESC after the timeout. Sure, they lost a round because they were on an eco, but now these full buys starting to find a bit more success. Time out on the other side.
I mean, you've lost a couple in a row, and you could definitely tell that ESC are feeling a lot more comfortable. I think you said it. They start to move a lot more freely on the map. And it's provided them a few opportunities to fight back. And a lot of these rounds are close. I feel like the last one, Pixelumina could have easily converted it. But they did get into a rough position at the start. So I wonder what they will try and focus on here, what the game plan will be after this timeout.
Important round for them too, because if they lose this, probably an eco would be needed. Potentially, they might be able to muster up some form of buy, whether they have cheaper guns or half armor. Regardless, it's not going to be great, and it does keep ESC pretty much on the ropes here. No man operator still, half armor, same for Russ and Nitro. Rolling Thunder available to them themselves, and Maniac has that second showstopper in hand. Seems to want to come from the same direction as the first one he used, which is away from top dish.
A lot of high impact ults appearing. Pixelumina making their move. And so is ESC. That's a lot of information given over to ESC here. Not quite sure if they spotted Chambers' rendezvous. Could be. Here comes the showstopper. The Nitro trying to catch him mid-air. What on earth is that tracking? It's as if they're playing a different game. It's as if they're playing fast-paced hero shooter. That is ridiculous.
What the Jesus Christ was that shot?
I don't even know. I really don't know. Oh, man. Yeah. He had no right hitting that shot, but he did, which has put Pixelumina in a really difficult position. They bargained that showstopper could have opened up this site, but now they've got to go for some dry peaks. Rolling Thunder utilized. That's a defensive Rolling Thunder. I guess they're trying to play it safe, not take any more risks, make sure they can nip this one in the bud and call it a day. That's also a streak of rounds now created by ESC, and the confidence now as well within them.
Just after a Pixelumina timeout 2, probably not going to expect Elmo to come from this direction. Nobody's turned around to even check. But you're not going to be able to pick up the spike. Saving the gun might be important, because like we mentioned, money, iffy. Yeah, we have to see that shot that came in from Nitro again. It's the wildest flick I've ever seen, I think.
I'm sure we'll get it at the replay package. That's at the end of the day.
Now we wait.
That's yeah. That is so stupid. How he just flicked like that. It was very reminiscent to the Inhuman Reactions play from Hiko back in the day. Just a random flick that ends up connecting. But this time Maniac was on the move. Either way, back into the next one. Somehow, Pixelumina are able to muster up a buy. Is it good enough? They need a win now, as ESC seem to have all the tempo.
Oh man, Lovejix just can't hit his shots at all. No man is stuck pretty much out in the open. He's going to decide to repeat this, knows that the chamber is here, and is able to get the 2K. Nicely done from him. And the ESC are starting to show, but Alma's going to be the constant thorn in their side. The 1 versus 2 with the spike in a pretty safe position to pick it up, and plenty of time to move away if they want to.
Okay, we're looking at Yalmo.
Spike planted.
How will you play this out? ESC to group up. That's the wise thing to do. Oh, Almo not looking at the right direction at the right time. Provides Beast Mode the right opportunity to pick up that clutch. And there you have it, ESC continue with their streak of form. Now 4 in a row for them. What's up with streaks today? What's up with this chain? I know, these teams seem to be liking this, creating chains of rounds today.
Yeah, it's just form and confidence. Timeouts as well. I think a lot of them have been off the back of timeouts. Nitro, I thought had picked up his lockdown then, but it's still 1 away. No man's away from a showstopper 2.
Right there.
And money... Is this maybe like not buy next anyway from Pixelumina? Because you have 2 rounds left. You want to make sure that you have some money at least to be working with, and it's perfectly fine for ESC for the time being.
Another buy for Pixel Lumina. Seems they're always able to scrape something by.
Gonna try and get the orb for Almo. His third Steel Garden almost ready.
I mean, look. I mean, by half-time, it will be equilibrium at the worst for Pixel Lumina, but they definitely want more.
Yeah, got the Steel Garden ultimate. But everybody's going underground from the looks of it. No man's got to be really careful. You should be expecting and reading this. If they actually had information of where that ult was coming from, he's able to get out, but his gun is jammed. No operator, at least for the first few seconds.
Maniac. Oh, he's deep in that fight, and he does deliver 2 kills against no trades against him. Styx holding down the line. He's called for reinforcements. Do they arrive on time? No, they don't, because No Man has already dealt with them. Suddenly it's a 3v3.
Underneath.
And that's a massive ultimate to use in this situation. Pixel Lumina need to get out of this.
Almost gonna go break it.
He is! So his teammates will be able to hold him to that position, stay on site, and not be worried about the lockdown detaining them. It's Russell by himself, but I think he knows the status quo. He has to concede this. Maybe even try and hold onto the gun, cause some damage as the players look to vacate the premises. But this round goes to Pixel Lumina.
Yes, 7-4. Good bounce back after ESC able to win 4 rounds in a row. It did sort of feel like ESC weren't really sure on how they wanted to approach that Steel Garden coming in. People weren't really grouped up together. No Man was alone. Lockdown again. Nitro was alone, being picked off, and a lot of space created for Maniac as he just goes in through Canteen right into defender spawn and catches 2 that really weren't expected him there. Doesn't mean that ESC is going to be going into the half behind, but this round depends on how much.
Taking that back.
Prowler, realizing there's some presence to A main, but ESC are gripping up. Oh, this could be a butt of heads. Oh, Livjix throws in a flash, so there's no backup. So the fight is isolated for now. Beast Mode tries to lure them in with the gravity well, but he does end up dropping before he can place down the star. Styx has put up the pressure. Noman's got an operator though. Although the orbital strike has fallen right on top of him, he's able to subside it, but he needs to be careful of the right-hand side corner. Throws in a painful correction damage, but there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. That nade was a Hail Mary. And the Nightjet is left by himself in this final round of the half, trying to give it all. That's 1 out of 2. If Pixel Lumina make the slightest of mistakes, the Nightjet's the type of player that will punish.
Which is why Alma's not moving at all.
Give me the turret to be on the lookout. Simply a little bit deeper than that. Operator, that's a hard position to cover. That is super hard. Simply's going to have to miss that shot, and it's not one that he is fond of missing. And yeah, there you go. 8-4, Pixel Lumina end up the half with a bit of a high. Although ESC seem to be well in the game, I don't think you can call this anytime soon.
Not at all. It's, again, attacking side leaning. And a side that ESC, no matter win or loss today, they're going to want to look back on, make sure that they can make that defense a little bit stronger, especially in the early rounds. Now on the attack, they should have a bit more freedom to do stuff. Whoever Pixel Lumina can have a much better defense themselves. They've got the Rays of Maniac fighting up towards Dish, and most players spread out for the most part.
There.
I guess they've got a couple players that can play these extremities a little bit easier. With the likes of Chamber on Simply, right? That's something they'll be looking to use a little bit more risky positions, have information a little bit earlier. ESC spread out, and we're looking at a B crunch here. A bi-directional push.
It'll be hard as well for ESC because you're up against 2 Sentinels too. having to deal with Simply that's going to have that operator as much as he possibly can, and, well, the Vice utility speaks for itself. Annoying is an understatement.
Trademark broken, so that shows and illustrates intent. Yes, see the cross. Simply on a high ground, but misses the opportunity to turn around in time, though is able to recover. Oh, that's a triple for Simply!
God.
The best case scenario for the start of this round for Pixelumina. But can the plant go down? I think ESC, that's what they're looking for, step by step, but the cross is covered on all angles. Look how many players from
30 seconds
Pixelumina
left.
are just staring in this direction,
Right there.
waiting for Almo to also approach from main. This is moment by moment become ever so complicated. Nitro might have been able to
my
save the day.
Spike down.
It's a spam through the box at the end of the day that does help out Pixelumina. But by golly, these rounds are never over until the whistle blows.
Nitro might have more kills than the rest of his team at this rate, 18 and 9. And it's just, whether it's a communication issue, coordination, it's something just is not clicking at all for ESC this map. Heavy Pixelumina are going to be feeling confident. Naturally, they're dumpstering this game, it feels like.
It does feel like it, doesn't it? Pixelumina seem to have the right answers to deter this push to begin with. Incendiary keeps ESC back. And the smoke will do the same as well.
Oh, he just
come on, the
sprays with
spray.
the smoke.
Insult to injury.
And Nick at least able to deal with Nitro and not letting him get a couple more Sheriff multi-kills. But it is just 3 players over here. Granted, they have the weapon advantage, but they're dealing with all 5 of ESC. None of the players on the A side have had to rotate. Has it been a need?
Enemy remaining.
I don't think there's a doubt in anybody's mind that any of these players can pop off in any moment, just like this. But overall, more rounds than others. It's Pixelumina that seem to be control as a unit.
A display from Simply, we never saw ESC do once.
No.
But to say that this Pixelumina team has been put together well, led well as by VCT. Now, ESC are going to have a full buy up against a bonus, a round that they desperately need to pick up or it's done.
It really is. It's a must-win. This has got to go their way. And as they approach into Arcade, maybe they'll be able to break through. They do have the superior weaponry. This should be their round. We have seen magic from players of Pixelumina, with Sheriffs, Bulldogs.
Look where Maniac
All
has
sorts.
got to.
Oh man. Oh, they don't know. Trigger discipline.
I
Could have
mean-
ended up with 2.
He probably should have done. That's a crazy flick around that came in.
Nitro has crossed. All by himself though, so that's an isolated fight. ESC have just handed over a free kill, and Pixelumina are looking to rotate here as well as they hear more and more footsteps approaching. Actually, no, ESC are quite silent about it. Quite slow.
30 seconds left.
Now they know. And that's exactly when Simply will start to run in this direction, trying to help out his team with this push. Almo is isolated in this fight as Simply is smoked. But BZT exits the smoke
what?
and finds a triple with the Sheriff.
Perfectly flashed though that came in from Almo. But that is a bonus where you don't even have one rifle, I think, winning out. Or the one rifle that you had was Maniac, who was able to only get 1. ESC, it's been an absolute disaster for them, this map. No other way about it.
Now we wait. Rip and tear. Launching.
Yeah. It's not a fun day for ESC, is it? It's not the best of performance. I'm sure there's a lot more they can provide, and they'll be a dangerous team in the lower in the lower bracket. Given they end up losing this, obviously, Pixelumina need a couple more to end things on Fracture. But I think it's safer to say that Pixelumina are a lot closer to doing that than ESC are from recovering.
Recalling my bot.
Rolling Thunder's basically the only main way in, but you're not going to want to use it on this round, but you might not have many rounds left. Astra letting them know exactly where she's watching with the Marshal. And Stick's taking a good chunk of damage, all things considered. The Molly and the Aftershock is going to slow things down a little bit more. And actually, the Aftershock does catch onto Lovejix at the same time.
It does. What's the saving grace for ESC? Obviously, you don't expect them to win this round, but they wouldn't mind a Hail Mary here. They'll take anything they can. Maniac catches No Man on his attempt to exit the smoke. Nightshare is so dangerously close to all the action. He's been kicking and screaming this match, but it just hasn't been enough. One by one, they get ripped to shreds as Maniac looks to add them on the mantelpiece. Russ will fight until the dire end, but Maniac completes his quadra as Pixelumina enter match point.
Long road to climb back for ESC now. Ultimates, if they can get some of these rounds together, another timeout wouldn't go amiss either, I don't think. Might be able to roll a few rounds to bring this back, but at the very least you're aiming for an overtime, which the majority of games today have been, but I just don't feel that this is going to be added onto that tally. Not at the rate that this has been going.
Showstop available. Stun does come through with the fault line. Maniac does get the first kill. There's a follow-up from Almo. Pixelumina are able to take the first steps into this fight, even though they're on the defense. And they've left Beast Mode all by himself. A very unlikely 1v4 that is needed for ESC to remain in this game. I'm afraid it might just be a bit too far out of reach. Even though Beast Mode is an excellent player. We'll need 3 more. 3 lined up. So many things would have to go wrong for Pixelumina for this to work out for Beast Mode, and it doesn't happen. The most one-sided match we had today is the most unlikely one, I'd say, as Pixelumina grab the win against ESC.
Yeah, when you look on paper, it seemed that way, but paper does bend pretty easily, so I guess that's pretty much how it all fell apart for ESC. Yeah, it's a massive disappointment from them. It's a tricky map to be playing in a best of 1, to be fair, is Fracture, but it's easy to underestimate how good this Pixelumina team looked, right? Just as a augur, as just a face for the team, it might not mean too much for some of us, but it's when you have like Maniac and BZT, like that core of the team and how they're building around it. Like, it was a huge amount of success. It's definitely a team to not underestimate at all in this tournament.
No, for sure. And I think there were many moments where we saw sort of some individual play. I think this was mostly based on individual fights, right? I think it was moments of brilliance from certain players, the right moments that completely converted rounds. And I think one of those is the Nightshare, right, from ESC. And I think that's who ESC mostly relied on. And then you've got on the other side, No Man completely stepping out. And I think Maniac even more so, right? So yeah, I think both teams have got a lot of potential, more than what we've seen today. And it's back to the drawing board for both to hopefully see some even greater performances coming into the next stages of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, just not the best way to start for ESC, just across the board. Nightshare having a good start, but I don't know. It's a rough one. If you look at some of the teams, like, I don't know whether they'd have Team Liquid Academy to play next, but that kind of like sums it up, right? Pretty much have all of the invitee teams lost today? They have, right?
Oh, have they? Yeah, maybe.
Pretty sure.
Actually,
so like,
yeah.
So at least we're seeing a bit more fight back for the open qualifiers, and goes to show that it isn't just a like rich man's club, I suppose it would be, right? That these teams that are coming for the open qualifiers do deserve to be here and can also make playoffs and maybe even EMEA challenges for the Northeast region.
Oh yeah, do not underestimate the matches that these teams have been able to play on the lower Swiss stage. Having the reps in this early on in the season, hyper important. But as we wanted to figure out what happened today, let's reflect on the previous matches of the day, see what the results were in these best of ones altogether. They were best of ones, right? So Formulation did win against HAVU, which, yes, was a lower Swiss team. Same with Shatmat. I think, no, Shekmat?
Shakmat.
Okay. Shakmat, there we go. Then Unsigned beating Liquid Academy and ESC against Plura. Oh my god, what's up? Pixelumina. I see PLU, I'm like, plural. Yeah, I'm tired. It's been a long day. To be fair, this was the last match was the most one-sided out of every single one of them, because the rest were pretty much OTs and double digits all across the board.
Yeah, we even get to see like what this performance has been like and what the matchups are going to be for the rest of this week, at least to begin with. So I guess the main ones are probably going to be like seeing Z10 play up against Pixel Lumina, up against Medisport, so things are moving around a little bit. Team Liquid Academy playing up against Exo Clan. Again, that's a tough game for either team to be playing. NOM versus Wild, ESC versus HAVU. Yeah, I think it's like Formulation versus Unsigned as well. Plenty to be keeping an eye on, I think. That Enterprise team against Sweet and Sour is, also, you're going to see a lot of these really cool matchups as we go on, but you also get to see just here with this graphic how many games we have to go for seeing our like top teams to advance and teams to get relegated, unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot of interesting matchups, of course, both inter-regionally between East and North, but also NOA entities and lesser NOA entities, you know, the experienced ones against the young guns who are looking to prove their worth. It's been an interesting day. It's been an interesting first couple of days getting introduced to all the teams joining us and Challengers Northeast. And I'm glad we got to witness it with you guys at home as well that had joined in. So thank you very much for sticking around up until this point and watching all of the action. We hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back soon for a lot more action here at Challengers Northeast.
Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover.